Good afternoon. Good afternoon. The Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications is now called to order. Mr. Clerk, can you please read the agenda into the record and call the roll?
Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, Wednesday, May 18th, 2022, Earl B. Otley, Legislative Chambers, St. Thomas, VI. Block 1, an update from the Waste Management Authority on operations, wastewater and solid waste issues, and the future of landfills and recycling in the territory. Invited testifier, Mr. Roger Merritt, Executive Director, Waste Management Authority. Block 2, additional telecommunications update from mobile providers. Invited testifier, Mr. Mark Hodge, Esquire, Legal Counsel, T-Mobile, Virgin Islands. Mr. Chair, this concludes the reading of the agenda.
Very well, Mr. Clerk. Are there any items as correspondence to be read into the record?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
May 18th, 2022, Honorable Senator Marvin A. Blyden, 34th Legislature, the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, Charlotte Amalie, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, 00804. Dear Senator Marvin A. Blyden, unfortunately, due to a previously scheduled graduation, the St. Croix Educational Complex graduation, I will therefore be tardy for today's hearing for the Committee of Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunication, which is scheduled to begin at 1 p.m. in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Hall on St. Thomas. I do apologize for any inconvenience, and I shall join at the earliest possible chance. Thank you for your understanding in this matter. Sincerely, Senator Genevieve Whitaker, Legislative Secretary, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Mr. Chair, there is no more correspondence.
Thank you so much, Mr. Clerk. Please mark Senator Whitaker as tardy. You can also mark Senator Carrion and Senator Viale as tardy. They are both on the way to the chambers at this moment. Mr. Clerk, please proceed with the roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden.
Present.
Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent or tardy. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Here. Senator DeGraff, here. Senator Stephen Payne Sr. Present. Senator Payne Sr., present. Senator Janelle K. Saru. Present. Senator Saru, present. Senator Kurt A. Viale, tardy. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker. Senator Whitaker, absent. Tardy.
Okay, very well. We do have a quorum, so we will proceed. Again, good afternoon to my colleagues, staff, testifiers present, and those on Teams, members of the viewing and listening public, staff, central staff, and most importantly, good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Before we do anything else today, I need to take a moment to raise my voice in memory of the victims of the massacre in Buffalo, New York, last Saturday, and to stand along with all people of African descent and people of goodwill around the world in expressing my horror and outrage at the cowardly, racist, murderous attack that took the lives of 10 elderly people and forever altered the lives of so many others. We must all stand with one voice and declare that white supremacy and racism have no place in our society. And we must take a stand against them wherever and however they occur and raise their ugly heads. And so I would like to ask you to join me in a moment of silence as we stand together in memory of the fallen victims in Buffalo and in solidarity with the struggle against racism and oppression around the world. Please stand for a moment. Thank you. The month of May is a special month in our community because it's a time when thousands of Virgin Islanders, both young and old, mark milestones in their educational achievements through promotions and graduations. Special congratulations go out to all the graduates of the University of the Virgin Islands and our public and private schools, junior high schools, elementary schools, and programs. May these special days mark just the beginning of new journeys on your path to success and fulfillment. And I urge you to use your skills, knowledge, and credentials to better and uplift not just yourselves and your families, but your community as well. Because at the end of the day, we will rise or fall together as the people. The month of May is a significant month, not only for graduations, but it is a month that commemorates many important issues and causes, of which I would like to list a few of special importance to me. First, I would like to give a special nod of recognition and appreciation for all law enforcement officers and peace officers in the Virgin Islands as we celebrate Law Enforcement Week during this week of May 15th to May the 21st. And of course, I would like to take and single out our very own officers here at the legislature for the tremendous work that they do so in securing and protecting the people and the facilities that make this institution what it is. Additionally, we are pleased to acknowledge and recognize the following causes during the month of May. May is International Drum Month, National Mental Health Awareness Month, National Dental Care Awareness Month, Jewish American Heritage Month, National Military Appreciation Month, National Foster Care Month, Older Americans Month, National Blood Pressure Education Month, National Stroke Awareness Month, National Barbecue Month, and National Salsa Month. As we attend and enjoy the many joyous events and celebrations of this month, please let us all be mindful of the fact that the coronavirus pandemic has not gone away, and that we are experiencing a high number of cases of this highly contagious disease that has been credited with causing over 1 million deaths in the United States and over 50 million worldwide. As such, although there are no mandates in place at this time, I urge that we all use common sense to protect ourselves and our families. And now, to the business of the day. In this hearing, we will receive an update from the Waste Management Authority regarding its operations, the status of the landfills and solid waste collection, and the status of wastewater treatment. These are matters of critical importance to the health and safety, as well as the appearance of our community. We will also continue to the telecommunications update that began in a previous hearing by hearing from T-Mobile, which recently officially launched its presence and which has become a major entity in the Virgin Islands telecommunications market, but which was unable to appear at the previous hearing. As many of you know, T-Mobile acquired Sprint in a 2020 merger, which made it the second largest wireless provider in the United States. And it is now completing the process of integrating all operations and services. We look forward to learning about the status of that integration. T-Mobile plans for the Virgin Islands market in terms of digital services and customer service and support, and redundancy and other preparations to ensure the continuity and quality of service in the event of a natural disaster. We thank all senators and testifiers for their participation today, and we look forward to a productive and informative hearing. I know that the testifiers are already know well. Mr. Merritt, welcome. Can you please have your team there and teams introduce themselves with a mic check, and then you may proceed with your testimonies.
Okay, good afternoon, team. Can you mention yourselves?
Darrell Griffith, Chief Financial Officer.
Good afternoon. Mr. Griffith.
Good afternoon, Sadie Clendenin, Chief Administrative Officer.
Good afternoon, Ms. Clendenin.
Good afternoon, Eloise Brown, Territorial Grants Administrator, Wastewater.
Can you repeat yourself, please? You're kind of choppy there.
Eloise Brown, Territorial Grants Administrator, Wastewater.
Good afternoon, Ms. Brown.
Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. Juanita Isles, Territorial Grant Administrator, Solid Waste.
Good afternoon, Ms. Isles.
Good afternoon. Alex Bruni, Engineering Manager, Solid Waste.
Good afternoon, Ms. Bavoni.
That's all.
That's it. Thank you so much. I would also like to recognize the President of Senator Javon James. Good afternoon, Senator.
Good afternoon. That's what I was calling about. Thank you.
I see you. All right. Thank you so much. Director Griffith, you may proceed with your testimony.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, Honored Senator Marvin Blyden, Chairman of the Committee on Housing, Transportation, Infrastructure, and Telecommunications, other members of the 34th Legislature, the media, ladies and gentlemen in the listening and viewing audience. I'm Roger E. Merritt Jr., Executive Director at the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority. I'm appearing before you today along with Eloise Brown, Territorial Wastewater Grant Administrator, Alex Bruni, Solid Waste Engineering Manager, Sadie Clendenin, Chief Administrative Officer, Darrell Griffith, Chief Financial Officer, and Juanita Isles, Territory Solid Waste Grant Administrator, to provide testimony relevant to activities and
Director Merritt,
programs.
can you bring on the mic a little, please? I need to hear a little louder.
Can you hear? Like here? Okay. I'm here today to provide testimony relevant to activities and programs at the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority, specifically in the areas of solid waste and wastewater operations. Okay. Landfills. The authority manages the territory's solid waste collection, transportation, and disposal network. Municipal solid waste is collected from bin sites, convenience centers, public receptacles, curbside, and is ultimately disposed of at the Bavoni and Anguilla landfills. Approximately 500 tons per day of waste is disposed of daily, and over 180,000 tons of waste is disposed of annually in the territory's landfills. The average Virgin Islander produces approximately 9 pounds of trash per day, which is almost 40% above the U.S. average. The authority is preparing to eliminate all public unmanned bin sites throughout the territory as they lend themselves to illegal dumping, which diminishes the aesthetics of the surrounding area along with posing a health risk. The plan is to construct and operate convenience centers throughout the territory like those found at Mandal on St. Thomas and Peters Rest in St. Croix. Community development Block Grant Disaster Relief Funds from the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority will be utilized to construct the new convenience centers. Now, Waste Management has entered into a subrecipient agreement with the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority in the amount of $22 million for the CDBG DR funds under the HUD Infrastructure Repair and Resiliency Program. As set forth in the terms and conditions, VIHFA will provide the Waste Management Authority project funding for the implementation of designated projects outlined in the Tranche 2 action plan approved by HUD. These activities are directly tied to the damage related to Hurricanes Irma and Maria, and specifically these projects are convenience centers for the territory, Anguilla Landfill Extension, and Anguilla Landfill Phase 1 through 7 closure. The proposed convenience centers will be designed with measures to ensure waste is collected in an organized manner to prevent the hazards to public health, public safety, and the environment which occurred after Hurricanes Irma and Maria. The sites will be fenced to help prevent illegal dumping and staffed with an attendant to ensure orderly disposal. The sites will have multiple collection areas to segregate the specific types of waste so that Waste Management will be able to implement a recycling and source separation program for the territory. There are 9 sites, 7 are listed below, and 2 additional sites to be determined. Number 1, the State Concordia Convenience Center on St. Croix. Number 2, Montbijou Convenience Center on St. Croix. Number 3, Smith Bay Margaritaville Convenience Center on St. Thomas. Number 4, Red Hook Convenience Center on St. Thomas. Number 5, Susannaburg Transfer Station Upgrade on St. John. Number 6, Cotton Valley Convenience Center on St. Croix. And number 7, Bournefield Convenience Center on St. Thomas. Now, currently, these 7 convenience center projects are in the grant application final phases. VHFA is reviewing these applications, and the Waste Management Authority is working to address all comments provided so that a notice to proceed can be issued by the end of this month. Additionally, the Waste Management Authority is awaiting approval of 5 property leases and the approval of 6 site use variances. There's a DPNR meeting, public meeting that was held on April 22nd, 2022. So all these tasks are ongoing simultaneously. You can see the timeline below to outline the timelines associated with the convenience centers. And as we transition from unmanned bin sites to convenience centers, the authority has worked with the local contractor to construct several Waste Management Authority booths and place them at the Belongo, Cancron, and Nazareth bin sites on St. Thomas, with more to come throughout the territory. The purpose of these booths is to allow Waste Management staff to interact with residents and educate them on what should and should not go into the bins. The presence of Waste Management staff has been received very favorably thus far with the community, and there has been a noticeable improvement in cleanliness at the bin sites as well. Now, included in the CDBG DR Tranche 2 funding are the following activities and projects associated with the territory's landfills. Number 1, the Anguilla Landfill Extension, and number 2, the Anguilla Landfill Phase 1 through 7 closure. And currently, these grant applications are in the final draft stage and will be submitted to VHFA by the end of this month for their review and comments as well. There's a timeline associated with those projects. The pre-construction activities for the new St. Croix disposal facility and the expansion of the Bavoni landfill to include land acquisition, surveys, environmental assessments, permitting, civil site work, and stormwater management. Okay, closer, okay. No? Okay. The pre-construction activities for the new St. Croix disposal facility and the expansion of the Bavoni landfill to include land acquisition, surveys, environmental assessments, permitting, civil site work and stormwater management design, landfill design, design of on-site waste disposal and recycling activities, and design of on-site support facilities have all been moved to the CDBG MIT Tranche 3. The Community Development Block Grant Mitigation funding is essential for the USVI to create solid waste infrastructure projects that will sustain the territory into the future. These projects represent high-impact investments that will significantly reduce community risks from contamination resulting from any future natural disaster impacts. The Waste Management Authority has met the requirements for the CDBG Mid Action Plan, which offers long-term advantages for sustainability of the landfills. Funds are available in an amount up to $100 million. Due to the complexity of this program, the timelines for the projected start and end dates are 12 years from the date of the grant agreement. The projects slated under this program include the following. The Bavoni Landfill Expansion Project, which is the design, permits, assessment, site acquisition. Number 2, the new St. Croix Disposal Facility Project, same thing, design, permits, assessment, site acquisition. Number 3, the Bavoni Landfill Closure Project, design, environmental assessments, survey. Number 4, Anguilla Landfill Closure Project, design, environmental assessments, and survey. And then number 5, crushers. VIHFA is currently working on the subrecipient agreements for this tranche. And aerial surveys were performed for both landfills at the end of October last year. And I've been meeting with our consultant to analyze the data to see exactly how much space is remaining. So that will allow us to determine the strategy and next steps going forward for both sites. Now, tipping fees. The authority began charging landfill tipping fees using a volume-based methodology to all solid waste service providers throughout the territory on January 10th, 2022. Approximately $400,000 in revenue has been generated from this fee thus far. In January of 2023, the rate per cubic yard will increase per the approved fee schedule. Wastewater. Our wastewater infrastructure territory-wide consists of 420 miles of sewer lines ranging in size from 4 inches to 30 inches in diameter. Both gravity and force main. We have 29 pump stations and 8 wastewater treatment plants. Our facilities collect, treat, and discharge approximately 3.83 million gallons of wastewater per day. And as was previously reported, Hurricanes Irma and Maria severely impacted all of our wastewater infrastructure, and we continue to be impacted. The Waste Management Authority conducted and submitted damage assessments for permanent repairs in the amount of $22.2 million for FEMA's review and approval. These assessments and cost estimates are prepared by Waste Management Engineering and Disaster Relief Consultants. They include all the territory's wastewater treatment plants, pump stations, and miles of sewer lines for repair. Due to the extensive scope of work required for rebuilding our infrastructure, we continue to hold weekly working meetings with FEMA and other federal partners to mitigate vulnerable areas and create and categorize project worksheets to seek out reimbursement funding for eligible activities. The Waste Management Authority has completed the construction of new manholes and sewer lines in Moravian Gut, 7-Day Street, and Garden Street Gut on St. Thomas, and Savon Gut repairs are under construction. And these 3 projects are FEMA funded. The authority continues to receive construction grants from the EPA. Additionally, the Waste Management Authority has applied for and received federal funds from ARPA for repairs to sewer infrastructure territory-wide, receiving $2 million for the St. Croix District and $17 million for the St. Thomas, St. John District. Rehabilitation will be performed on the pump stations and wastewater treatment plants. Funding of $700,000 was awarded from the Department of Interior and scheduled for repairs to the UV system at the Anguilla Wastewater Treatment Plant on St. Croix. The authority is focused on expediting FEMA project worksheets while also engaging with the Office of Disaster Relief as we seek approvals for the prudent replacement in the St. Thomas and St. John District. The authority has solicited requests for proposals for consulting engineering services. 6 proposals are under evaluation, and these consultants will assist in preparing designs and complete bid documents for construction. And also, we've implemented emergency management plans, for example, predisposition contract execution, emergency operations, debris management, and continuity of operations to help prepare the authority for any potential future catastrophic events. And in an effort to generate revenue on the wastewater side, a wastewater septic disposal fee, which is a subset of the environmental user fee, will be assessed to permitted septic waste haulers who deliver septic to the authority's septic receiving facilities. Approval for a single disposal fee, high strength was requested through the PSC, and implementation shall commence upon approval of the single disposal fee rate in fiscal year 23, which will be similar to the tipping fees. However, these revenues are minimal and do not significantly contribute to the cost to operate and maintain the territory's wastewater infrastructure, but the authority will continue its work on revenue generation efforts to increase annual funding, improve fiscal position, and gradually shift operations to self-sufficiency. Future infrastructure, prudent replacement. So Waste Management continues its work with FEMA and Wood O'Brien to upgrade the territory's wastewater infrastructure to industry standards. This upgrade consists of our pump stations, treatment plants, and gravity sewer lines. And St. Croix has been the first district given approval with the District of St. Thomas and St. John currently under review. There's a total of 16 sewer sheds under the St. Croix prudent replacement that are currently being reviewed and cost estimates prepared. We anticipate that all the sewer sheds will be submitted to FEMA by the end of this month, and the final St. Croix sewer shed, which includes the wastewater treatment plant, will be completed and submitted by June 2022, or next month. And the St. Croix prudent replacement has an estimated cost of $2 to $2.5 billion. Personnel, there are currently 139 employees at the Waste Management Authority territory-wide, which represents a 25% increase in the last 18 months. Positions that are vacant, which are considered critical, are the chief engineer, landfill manager, and staff engineers. We are currently in negotiations with both unions for the collective bargaining agreement language improvements, as well as wage reopeners and pay plans. And we continue to rely upon the expertise of the Office of Collective Bargaining to guide us in the process, which we hope to be complete in the next coming months. The authority continues to work with the GERS to determine eligibility for Waste Management Authority employees as it relates to hazardous duty retirement status. As you may be aware, the VI Code outlines specific criteria that must be met in order to qualify, and we have done our internal assessment based on the definitions outlined in the code and have since submitted those employees' names who fit the criteria to the GERS for inclusion. And although a small number fit the criteria, the next step in the process is to estimate calculations to determine what this potential change will mean financially to both the employee and the authority. Many factors impact this decision, including employee salaries, years of service, age, bargaining unit, et cetera, and as such is a detailed process. Preliminary information and guidance from the GERS demonstrate that the change may not be beneficial in all cases, but we continue to communicate with the unions on this matter, and the next meeting with the GERS is scheduled for May 31st. Mr. Chairman, this concludes my testimony, and I am available to address any questions relative to this update. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Merritt, for your testimony. And my colleagues and I will start our line of questioning in this order. First, it will be Senator DeGraff, then Senator Payne, Senator DeGraff, Senator Saru, Senator Payne, Senator James, and the other senator that they come back from the graduation, I'll put them in line. But before I go to Senator DeGraff, let me inquire and continue that line of questioning when it comes to my concern. As you know, I've been deeply concerned about those hazardous duty employees who have not been made whole. I brought that to the authority attention some time back. And every time we meet, we are no closer to resolving those issues. So my question is, number one, how many employees are we speaking of when it comes to hazardous duty?
Director Clendenin.
Hi, good afternoon. Sadie Clendenin, Chief Administrative Officer. Senator, based on our review of the entire employee population at Waste Management in accordance with the criteria outlined in the VI Code for hazardous duty retirement designation, we have approximately 16 employees that would qualify at this time.
And are any of those employees ready to retire, or any employee that have retired that still have not been made whole? Do we know that number?
That number, the number I just gave, would be active employees currently. I would have to double check if there had been any retired within the last, certain timeline to give you that information. However, those that are currently employed with us, of that 16, there are about 3 or 4 that have passed the 30-year mark as far as being employed with the government of the Virgin Islands.
Okay, thank you for that. Director Merritt, in respect to those employees and the conversation that has been going on with the GRS, where are we at in regards to those employees who are ready to retire? And what's the issue? What's the hold up, to be honest with you? We need to know what's going on.
Well, I think the issue is that we've reached out to GRS and we've submitted information to them to make sure we're getting things finalized, and they just had some questions. So we've just kind of going back and forth and making sure that we get them the information they need in order to make the assessments. And myself and Chief Clendenin and our HR, we've had meetings, and as I mentioned in the testimony, we have another meeting scheduled for next week. So we're trying to finalize everything and make sure that our employees are taken care of.
Please, that's very important. Okay, and finally, let me go back to the tipping fees you mentioned in your testimony. I know when you were here last, you had some issues with the haulers, etc. Have the scale been fixed at the St. Thomas site, and have you come to some type of system that works moving forward, or you plan to make changes in the near future?
Well, so the tipping fees are based on that volume-based methodology, right? So in theory, we don't need a scale to do what we're doing now, because what happens, like, the bins that are at the bin sites, they're 20-yard bins, and some you see are bigger, 30 or 40-yard bins. And so when a truck comes in with that size bin, we can, we already have our e-scale system set up. We can say, hauler A, you came in with a 20-yard bin. The fee for the tipping fees is $2.50 per cubic yard. So we just say 20-yard bin times 250, $50 charge. So now so we don't have a working scale on St. Thomas. We have a working scale on St. Croix. I mean, we can use it for backup just to know what the tonnage is, but for all intents and purposes, we don't need the scale. And part of the reason why we did it with the as a cubic yardage fee, as opposed to a tonnage, was two things. One, when Hurricanes Irma and Maria happened, everything that FEMA looked at from a quantity standpoint was based in cubic yards. So that actually would be a segue to, hopefully we don't have another hurricane anytime soon. But if there was, then we would have that in the quantities and the designation that FEMA would like to see it in, one. And then two, the haulers, when we initially talked about the fee on a tonnage base, they said it would be very hard for them to ask, come to you and say, we're going to pick up your trash and not know exactly how much it weighed, and then come to the scales and then come back to you after the fact. And so that's why we did the cubic yardage.
I get it. I get it. So quick question again then, in respect to cubic yards, and I say I'm bringing a bin, but it's not full. It don't matter. Same charge.
Correct. Which encourages you to bring a full bin.
Correct.
Right.
So it works itself out basically,
right.
And you're not losing.
Right. And hopefully, you think about the amount of trucks that are on the roads here throughout the territory. If they were just half full, then that's more trucks, right? So now we're encouraging. Well, they're encouraged to have full bins, which will potentially mean less trucks on the road, and those trucks are. These roads are hairpin turns, and that just makes it more safer for the territory residents as well.
And they're on board.
Right.
Very well. As long as they're on board and they're good, I'm good. Thank you so much. Senator Graff, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. I didn't want to start with the tipping fees, but I think what you're doing is wrong, though, because didn't the law speak to tonnage? The law didn't speak to cubic yards, from my recollection, or did it?
I think that the law spoke to just a charge at the landfills. But don't quote me. I don't know if it says tonnage or cubic yards, but
right there. Then, sir, with all due respect, you can't have the conversation here with us in regards to cubic yards. You don't know the law, because again, if it was brought to my attention that someone took 4 boxes in a container and they were charged based on the cubic yardage of the container that they took, not what was brought in the boxes. But like I say, I think before you have this conversation to say that is okay, let's go to what the law says. And my recollection was...
One moment.
Sure.
We need to take a 2-minute recess. They are not getting anything on the internet.
Oh, okay.
So we stand on recess for 2 minutes.
All right.
We're back on record. I just want to make note that our Facebook page is down, but we are live on TV. The live streaming is up. YouTube is up and cable is on. So we're going to proceed. Senator Graff, I'm going to have you start over with your 7 minutes. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Like I said, you could follow up on that one. Before I came here, I just came out of Savannah, walking in the gut, where that project is taking place. I'm happy for that project. But again, to hear the news that the contractor hasn't been paid, I need you to check into that for me, man, because I'm saying my neighborhood, up getting things done, getting things fixed, a lot of old houses, getting the sewage system, the place smells better, it will eventually look better, but then to not pay the individual, that's a no-no. Are you aware of this? Yeah.
And please mention your name before you speak so the stenographer can get your name. And not for the testifiers also, please mention your name before you speak.
Okay. This is Director Merritt. That contractor, that project is a federal project. So the contractors submit invoices. We submit those to our federal partners. They review them, then they get paid. So we're not trying to hold up any payments. It's just a matter of getting the invoice and reviewing it and making sure it's proper. So I've talked to that specific contractor, and we're making sure that we're doing our best to make sure the payments are expedited.
What does expedited mean? It's been a while. It's been months. Months ago, I met with that gentleman, walked through the gut on the mud. Months ago, now still same thing. People coming to work every day, have families and stuff, and
Yeah, Ms. Brown, do you want to comment on that whole process as far as reviewing the invoices?
Good morning, Eloise Brown, Territorial Grants Administrator. We are aware of the length it takes for the invoices to be paid. It's a process that goes through from us where we review it on our end, and then it's forwarded to Vacancies where they have several levels of review. His invoices are on the second level, the level 2 review. I anticipate and I hope that review is finished with FEMA probably within the next 2 to 3 weeks. And I'm hoping that payment can be made then. But it's in the last review on the FEMA end.
Okay, through the chair, I'd like to request the latest update you have as any correspondence from FEMA regarding the payment to the individual for that gut project, because then it keeps my neighborhood under duress from all the construction and a never ending. I don't want that to happen. Yes.
What the request?
I'm requesting the latest update on the information of payment for the individual, for the company in the Savannah gut project that they're doing the sewage system right now. I just came out of it, walked through in the gut. Like I said, I'm happy to see the work, but the place is under duress, and it's been too long. So let's get our work done, please.
Yeah. Okay.
The Savannah, the bin site. I know you're talking about eliminating unmanned bin sites. You eliminate the unmanned bin site there in Savannah, it's going to destroy my neighborhood worse. Because people dump garbage all over. What's your plan for doing that? How would you do? Are you going to put people there or something? How you plan to do that?
Well, the plan is we're going to have convenience centers throughout the territory, right? There may be some sites, some bin sites that may not be eliminated, but we'll just have them manned. Right now, if you go to, I mentioned the 3 sites, Belungo, Cancrine, and Nazareth. We actually just got those booths set up. At Nazareth, we have a person there. Belungo and Cancrine, we're getting our schedule together, and we're going to have someone there on a daily basis. So, and like I said, we see noticeable improvement with that. So, if you think about, you've been to Mandal, so we want to transition unmanned bin sites to Mandal, but we know that there's a transition, so we'll go ahead and start manning some of these bin sites. Then, as these convenience centers come online, if we realize that some of the bin sites need to stay, we'll just have those manned. So there still may be a couple of bin sites around St. Thomas, around the territory, that would still have have a person and not necessarily be eliminated. So you're still the community won't be affected.
Okay, good. I've been noticing the security guards done by WMA were on that tent at one time. The tent didn't have a top. Is that situation? The tent, the gentleman out at the dump was out there with his vehicle, trucks driving by, the dust killing you. That gentleman there is a warrior standing up there at the dump every day. When the dump closes, he's there. It's something we could look at. Even if we gotta get some old crush from Public Works to throw on that roadway, cut down some of the dust for your employees working on the dump. That's a hazardous duty. Even though it's not listed in the VI code, that's hazardous duty.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you know about we have a foam product that we're using at Anguilla to cover the trash. It also actually acts as a dust suppressant too. So we're in the process of going through procurement to actually get another one of those pieces of equipment. We'll have that at St. Thomas, and then we'll use that for not only for cover of trash, but also for dust suppressant.
How long?
Procurement. I would ask my chief financial officer what it was. So we've actually we submitted I can answer. We submitted we have to submit that to the board. The board reviews it, and so that's in the process of being submitted to the board. Now, procurement's reviewing it, then it'll be submitted to the board. Hopefully, we can get that in the next 45 days.
Through the chair, requesting that information so we could make sure it happens in 45 days. Breathing that dust, not good. Okay, employees. I was listening to your testimony. I was taking my notes, and you left the part for the employees down at the bottom of your testimony, started to move it up to the top. 139 employees, 25% increase. Wage agreements, 2 unions negotiating. That sounds great for waste management, man. What? Okay, now, are we looking at wage, even though we're doing wage increases, they're looking at taking the wages up? That was one of the major problems. If I may conclude, Mr. Chair, and one final question. Okay, taking the wages for the waste management employees up, not at the top, from the bottom up, taking that up, is that being discussed from you to the unions negotiating through collective bargaining?
Yep. Chief Clendenin, do you want to answer that?
Please.
I'll let you answer, and then I'll jump into.
Good afternoon, Sadie Clendenin, Chief Administrative Officer. Yes, we are obviously want to do what's right by our employees. Since Edie Merritt has been here, there have been some stipulations that we have been able to provide to the employees for small increases thus far. However, with the collective bargaining agreement being renewed, we're working with Office of Collective Bargaining to negotiate. Obviously it's a back and forth. We will do what we can for the employees. That is our intent.
Okay, and through the chair, you proposed increases for the lower echelon employees to make waste management, look as prime for people to want to come. And finally, the dump. I remember when Bavoni was sea level high. That dump is probably the tallest man-made structure in the territory. And it is filled with methane gas. Now, I'm very much concerned about that mountain of methane gas. Are we safe? Is basically what I'm trying to find out with that mountain of garbage and how we're dealing. I know all the parameters, but are we safe in the territory, especially those residents in the Bavoni area, with that building up the way it's being done?
Yeah, there's we actually are working with one of our consultants to do a test called a Tier 2 test, which actually they'll come out and actually test the landfill to see how much gas is being generated in the landfill, and then we'll determine what type of system we have to put in. There's 2 types of system. There's either an active system where you imagine like a vacuum cleaner. You turn a vacuum cleaner on and it sucks, like it'll pick up the dirt. If we put a system like that in, it'll actually suck the gas out, and then we'll flare it and potentially do something with it. Or you have a thing called a passive system. The passive system is just think of like a tiki torch. And so you have tiki torches all over the landfill, and then when enough gas is generated, a solar flare, a solar tip will come on and it'll flare it off there. So we're determining which one we need now. Not to prolong this, but in the past, we actually years ago they put in an active system, and the active system there wasn't enough gas in the landfill for the active system to work, and it actually caused some significant problems with that system. So I think we're going to end up using a passive system, but the test is going to determine that for certain. But but to answer your question, as far as the issues with the landfill and gas, there's no issues as far as impact to the community or anything. We're just trying to figure out what we can do with the gas and how we manage it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Graff, for your line of questioning. Senator Graff, I wanted to also get back to you with the inquiry. And my capable staff did the research, and the PSC order provided for cubic yards. So they're in compliance, and they're right on point when it comes to their mandate moving forward. So I'm happy to see that we're on the same page when it comes to that. But let me piggyback, Director Merritt, in respect to when the Waste Management Authority first announced plans to phase out unmanned collection site. And it told the public at a time that unmanned collection site will be replaced by two things working in tandem: manned collection centers and curbside trash pickup in residential neighborhoods. Now, since then, over the past 2 years, however, the main narrative has been, as you know, phasing out of the bin sites and replacing them with the convenience centers on each island. But I have one question because it's important, and I've been seeing more of that also. Those areas that need collection sites within the neighborhood, because number one, for those folks that do not drive, and secondly, for those folks that way out that don't really have any vehicle or have any car, how in the world are we gonna be able to deal with that? Because the trash is gonna end up somewhere, and Waste Management is gonna end up being the one to still have to collect those trash. So how do you see that working in terms of what the authority can do to prevent that, number one? And number two, what would be the cost associated with assuring that they can go to some sites that's on the outskirts or in those areas where folks don't drive? What happens? Mike? Your mic is off.
Yeah. Oh, now it's on. Okay. So on St. Croix, we do on house-to-house collections about 13,000 homes. On St. Thomas is about 3,500 homes. So we're looking at just those areas to determine, one, if there's other additional areas that would need house-to-house. And I can, if Mr. Bruni's on, I'll let him speak to this too. But
have an assessment been done in this district as to which area?
So right now, what we're doing is we're doing an assessment for both districts, because one, and I know there's probably a question about contracts that'll come up at some point, but we are looking at doing house-to-house contracts for both districts. So as we're doing that, we're doing the assessment for homes that need house-to-house. So that's part of the assessment. So that's actually happening right now as we speak.
Okay. As for that assessment, what it looks like, we'd like to have a copy.
Okay.
For myself and my colleagues.
Yeah, and then as far as cost, well, the current cost for house to house throughout the territory is several. I think it's over $2 million.
Wow.
So yeah, and as you know, where the authority has been underfunded historically, so that's just an additional service that we're providing without having the necessary funds to do that. So so that's something for hopefully for this body to look at and help us as we want to provide services to, as you mentioned, to citizens that can't make it to a bin site or can't drive. That is something we want to provide that service, but we do need some additional funds.
And finally, the contract that my colleague spoke to in Savan. That's a federal grant we're speaking of?
That's one of the federal projects.
So it's a federal project, and what's the duration of the project, number one, and how long has it been since the contract has started? And is that one of the main issues why? Because you have to go through FEMA and all the other red tape with the federal government? Is that why it's taking so long to be paid?
I think...
Or on your end, have you done your part to assure that it goes through in a timely fashion? Can you speak to that briefly?
Yeah, Ms. Brown, I'll let you speak, but I think part of it. So when they do their work and they submit invoices, we have to review the invoices, make sure it's fine, then we submit it to our federal partners. So I'm not going to say the holdup is. I don't think the holdup is us, because once we do that, we have to submit it, and then they do their review, they come back, ask questions, and then it kind of goes through this kind of a quagmire of a process. But Ms. Brown, am I correct? Am I correct in that?
You are correct, Merit.
Okay. Well, thank you for that explanation. Senator Payne, you recognize for your 7 minutes.
Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to the testifiers. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience.
Senator Payne, before you go, though, let me recognize Senator, I think that's VLA or Carrion? Senator, that's Senator VLA. Oh, thanks for being here, Senator VLA. Please mark Senator VLA as being here. You may proceed, I'm sorry. Sorry, Senator Payne.
No problem. I know you already hit the reset button, so that's good looking out. Good afternoon, Mr. Merritt. It's always a pleasure this year. It's always a pleasure. And I must say, for the record, whenever my office reaches out to you or Miss Alice Crawl, whether it's something related to St. Thomas, St. John, or even St. Croix, you guys always respond in a timely manner to address whatever the concern is. So kudos for that, and thank you very much for what you do for our community. And to piggyback quick on what one of my former colleagues asked you about the Bavoni landfill, has the fire out there been extinguished?
So we haven't. Okay, so both landfills have, in the past have had issues with fires. The product that I mentioned earlier, the Rustmar foam, is a product that we can apply daily at the landfills, and it also it's a foam product. So imagine like a firefighter type foam. And it actually, it's an odor control material that actually helps with when you're putting trash into a landfill. Normally, there's two things you can do when at the end of the day, you cover it with dirt, or you use an alternate daily cover like a tarp or something. Now, this product acts like an alternate daily cover. So literally, you just spray this layer of foam on there, and then it within a couple days, it disintegrates. It's environmentally protective. No issues from a contamination standpoint. Like I said, it also acts as a fire suppressant. So that's why we've been using that we had a demonstration in October of last year, and the fire department came out there, and they were very excited about it. So we're going to get that same product over here at Bavoni. But I'd say, the fires that we've had in the past, I mean, it's definitely not like it was before. I think we have he's not testifying today, but our director of solid waste, Mr. Floyd Saki, he has a background of landfill operations over 20 years. And so he's been, I came here in August of 2020. He came in October of 2020. And I think, he's made a significant difference in our landfill operations. One thing, when you put trash into a landfill, you want to put it in a confined space. So you want to have it in a very small working area. In the past, we've had very large working areas, which actually impacted the operation of the landfills, which would have, had something to do with past fires. And at the Anguilla landfill would have potentially had contributed to issues with wildlife mitigation. So I think we're definitely using that Rustmar foam, and it's an innovative product. I think we're bringing different technologies now down here to the territory, and we're moving things forward. And I'm really excited about the direction we're going in.
Okay, thank you for that response. And also at the convenience centers that you'll be placing throughout the community. Will there be an employee there to sort the trash, or will the residents be responsible for sorting their trash before they get to the facility, and what type of trash will actually not be accepted at the convenience centers?
Well, I think from when we talk about recycling and source separation, that's a perfect place, right? We'll have bins set up, and we'll have them designated for you to bring, your plastic, your paper. When you come in, we'll have an employee to say, hey, this is where you put this material, this is where you put this material. I think Senator Blyden, one of the questions that he mentioned or that he had about collection, house-to-house collection is, I think it's will we ever get to the point where we're doing recycling from house to house too, and not to put words in your mouth, but I think that's a question. So I think when we have we do the source separation and recycling at the convenience centers, that's the first step of that. And then I think that'll get our mindsets and that whole cultural change to know that, well, hey, I'll take it to the convenience center, but you know what? I'm doing it at the house. So I can, if we have house to house, then that's already here. So I don't necessarily have to go to the convenience center. But so it's all it's all going to work itself out in tandem. And as far as what wastes are going to be taken, I mean, we're gonna, because one of the issues here is like the restaurant oil, used cooking oil. We're gonna set up something to the convenience centers too, because I think, I can't tell you how many bin sites I've been to, and and people they'll get a wooden pallet or something, and sometimes not even a pallet. They'll just you'll see one bottle here, and all of a sudden, you come back. 2 hours later, and all of a sudden now that's 5 bottles, and so yes, we definitely understand that that is a concern, and we want to make sure we want to make it, the name of they're called convenience centers, right? So we want to make it as convenient as possible, because I think the majority of the residents in the territory want to do the right thing. So it's just a matter of us helping them, lead them in that direction to make sure, we're being responsible, environmentally friendly, and not doing anything to impact the territory.
Okay, and will you also be accepting like e-waste and glass and stuff at the convenience centers as well?
Yes.
Okay, very good. I got to give you some kudos to one of your. I'm not sure if he's on your staff, but he does an immaculate job of maintaining one of your sites across from the Lockout residence on the hill, on Rappoon Hill. Have you all considered giving him a stipend or a part-time contract? Or?
Yes, I actually want to try and meet with that individual, because you are absolutely right. Rappoon Hill
1 minute
is it's a bin site that the majority of the residents that use it, they always mention that individual. So yes, we've talked about trying to do a stipend or something, but yes, we want to meet with them and see how we can basically reward him for all the good work that he's doing. I mean, he's an ambassador for us. I mean, without even working for us, he's an ambassador for us. So it's nice to know that we have people out there trying to help make a difference.
Okay. And lastly, before my time is called, has waste management considered utilizing a plasma gasification system to reduce waste at the landfills while assisting WAPA by producing some level of electricity?
So we're approached. Today's Wednesday? I'd say every week I'm approached by companies that discuss potential waste to energy projects and alternatives. A lot of them don't necessarily understand how much tonnage we have. They come down and they say, hey, we can do a waste energy project. And so the first thing I say was, do you know how many tons that we have? And they say, I don't know. And I said, well, it's 500 tons. And it's 500 tons for the entire territory. So 250 on St. Croix and 250 St. Thomas, St. John. Most waste energy projects need 1,000 tons to be financially viable. So when I say that, then it's like, okay, well, thanks, and I don't hear back from them. Now, there's some companies that are saying that they have projects that can do less than 1,000 tons, like right at 500 tons, and I'm just, when they say they can do it, I'm like, well, send me the information, we'll review it. So haven't really got that much information to date. So I would just say that people, there's a lot of different projects out there. I think the biggest thing for these developers is that when you think waste to energy, there's a significant financial investment associated with it, and they look at the amount of tons that we that they consider that would be necessary to make that investment, and we don't necessarily have those tons. But yeah, but I am approached by a lot of companies. If that answers your question.
Okay. Thank you very much for your response, and I'll catch you all on the second round. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Payne, for your line of questioning. Senator Saru, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to those listening and viewing. Congratulations to the graduates, graduation week. So make your mark. I need to focus on page 12, personnel. There's a lot to ask between these first 3 paragraphs. Let's go to GRS. You said the authority continues to work with the GRS to determine eligibility for employees as it relates to hazardous duty retirement status. Let's. I don't want to talk about hazardous duty. I want to talk about the people are not able to retire from waste management because of outstanding payments to the system. Where are you on that?
CEO Clendana.
Good afternoon. I have to defer to finance on that one.
I'd have to get an update on that. Unfortunately, I don't have that information, but I can ask my payroll team immediately.
Okay, I need that information before the end of today's hearing because I need to know what is your status on outstanding payments to the system. And what is the amount of outstanding payments, because we can't afford to hold up people's retirement for outstanding payments to GRS. I don't know what's up with our semi-autonomous agencies. We got to make our timely payment to the system.
Okay.
Okay. Enforcement division, what's the plans for enforcement? I see that you have a 25% increase in the last 18 months. You highlight the positions that are vacant in chief engineer, landfill manager, staff engineers. I see nothing for officers or inspectors.
Yeah, I mean, it's, Sadie, you can comment after our comment. So we have a chief. So we have a enforcement director now.
What's the salary of the enforcement director?
It is $100,000.
And how much do you make?
I make $175,000.
Your enforcement director makes $100K?
Yes.
How many people is that person supervising?
He's supervising right currently, I think 3 people. But we're about to.
Hold a second. So
Okay.
someone's making $100K supervising 3 people, right?
Yes.
How many officers do you have?
The 3 officers.
The 3. What are your plans to amp up that division? And what is the starting salary of your officers?
But as far as this, I think the start, if you're an officer 1, I believe the salary is about 45 roughly.
And what's after officer 1?
Well, we got officer 1, 2, and 3.
What's their salaries?
Sadie, do you know the? I want to make sure I don't say the wrong thing here. Is it like 50 and 55 or 60? I'm not sure.
So you have 3 officers. Are all 3 officers officer 1, or do we have officer 1, 2, and 3?
They're officer 3s.
So all 3 are officer 3s.
Yeah.
When last have they received a raise? 8 years. So how many times have you met at collective bargaining on their salary status?
When I was here in 2000, and so I know they received a raise when I was here the first time, and I believe we're part of what we're doing now with OCB is we're looking at.
So how are the discussions? How often are you meeting with union leaders and OCB to address the salary? Because that is demoralizing for a director to be at 100K, 3 officers they're supervising, and what is the status of raises with OCB? Tell me the timeline. What's your timeline with the unions?
We're meeting with the union.
When last have you met with the union?
We've been
About 3 weeks ago.
Okay, yeah, we've been in negotiations now, but we also prior to meeting with the unions for the CBA, we've actually given we've given significant raises here prior to that.
No, I'm not talking. I'm only on enforcement today.
Oh, okay.
Right? because I know you've given significant raises, because waste management has some of the most astronomical salaries in a sense. When you look at the salary, I call it the 100K club, because you have a cohort that makes a very good amount. So I'm not talking about salary raises. I know you gave salaries. I'm talking about your enforcement division, because this is where I'm at today, page 12. This is what picked out at me today. And I wanted to read between the lines. So you met with them 3 weeks ago. Go ahead.
The Environment Enforcement Officers are actually at $52,492.
And when did they receive that raise?
That I don't know. That's just what I received for the 3 months I've been here. So I don't know when that raise was given. And we're also up to date on all our outstanding payments to GRS.
So there's no you have some employees that call the office they have some issues with GRS and not being able to retire because GRS is claiming that waste management owes. Can you intervene on that for me? We can talk about that offline.
Definitely.
Oh, well,
Go ahead.
I think I know there's a couple of employees that had questions, but as Mr. Griffith stated, we're current with our payments, but there was the question or the issue was prior to working for waste management when they work for public works. So there's something with what happened with public works. So we're trying to investigate
with
that.
the transition.
Yes.
Okay, so that's the problem, Mr. Chair. If we can have a follow-up on that whole transition from the public works employees to waste management, those employees are being stymied from receiving their retirement because of some outstanding payment. Ms. Clendenin, this raise, I need you to really work on engaging the unions with the raise, because I have tremendous consternation with the salary of your enforcement director supervising literally a very minuscule staff. I don't know how we're able to justify the salary to the work. And I believe in a merit-based system of government, and the imbalance is there. Hold on. Now let's go to, when last have your officers been promoted internally?
I'd say within the last 2017. When I was here the first time, I made sure I promoted. I met with them. There was raises that were given, and then there was promotions. Now, since
what was the promotions?
They were going from either 1s to 2s or 2s to 3s, depending on what the.
And none of them were qualified for any supervisory positions?
We looked at some of the supervisor positions, but at that particular time, I think it was there was some, and I don't want to say the wrong thing, but I'm trying to remember that particular time. They were eligible for the promotions, but there was a question regarding I think job descriptions or something. I can get back with you and
that answer sounded a little shaky, Mr. Chair. Can I conclude on one thing? Let's talk about your cameras. Who was involved in the placement of these cameras?
So our IT department.
Okay. Now, your cameras, are they able to pick up the feed to spot violations? Have you looked? Have you gone in a camera room and tell me if you're able to pick up the feed?
I've looked at some of the camera footage. So we're able to zoom in and look at license plates and different things.
All your cameras are able to really see the violators at the various sites?
Yeah. And what we've done is if there was an issue with the camera as far as the actual feed, then we went and we work with PD and get it enhanced. So
have your cameras been placed in a position where they're out of place, Director Merritt? And I think you need to revisit your cameras, because the good chairman is team camera for the bin sites, and your cameras, I'm not asking you, I'm telling you that your cameras at the various bin sites are not placed correctly. So you cannot pick up the amount of violations that we have at bin sites will continue because your camera system needs some revamping. But I'll follow up in the second round. I don't want to abuse my time. Mr. Chair, we need some focus on this enforcement division. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Saru. You wanted to respond?
Yeah,
quickly?
no, she's correct with the cameras, because what we've looked at is some of the cameras, and we're looking at the footage. We see that the angle needs to be changed, and so we're actually going to the different bin sites and doing that. So she's actually 100% correct.
And how long is that going to take?
It shouldn't take that long. What we've been doing is, as we look at the footage from each one of the bin sites, and we see, well, hey, we really can't necessarily get that, so then we have to just send the company back out there and actually just change the angle. So
how long would that take?
Director Clendon, I know we have IT working with that, so I'm not sure. Do we have a time frame?
Point being, right, honestly, I appreciate, that we finally put up the cameras. We have been championing that for some time. But when the money that issue, attack it one time. Don't wait. Just attack it, because, as you stated, there's a lot of violations still going on. And, I mean, that's a very good thing you're doing. But let's just be a little more aggressive in terms of tweaking and adjusting, and we'll be fine. Okay? So, Clendon, let me hear your answer.
No, I was just going to make a comment that our IT manager just recently went out to the different sites with the Director of Enforcement to do just that, and they've reported all the changes to the vendor. So I anticipate that will be done within the next couple of weeks before the end of the month.
Okay, thank you for that update. Senator James, you recognize for your 7 minutes.
Good afternoon to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, testifiers, for being here. My question to Waste Management, I know last year when we had the budget hearings, you came before us and you testified regarding the financials of your agency. And among our findings, there were a lot of vacancies. And I know in your testimony you touched briefly on the positions that are vacant, which you considered critical. But some of the positions that I would like to see be filled that are just as critical, I realized did not address it. So I know there's an issue with the sanitation technicians. How things coming along with getting individuals on board for the sanitation technician? Because the last time I recall, I think you had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, about 8 or 9 vacancies for sanitation technician.
Good afternoon. We've been able to hire sanitation technicians throughout the territory, and Chief Clendon, do you know what the number is for the territory?
If I recall, it was about 6 that we've hired within the fiscal year, between drivers and technicians, which we categorize under the solid base field staff.
And these sanitation technicians that you speak of, can you give me a specific number? Because you mentioned 2 different positions when you answered the question.
1 second.
And while you're looking for that, I know also in the budget, we had 2 vacancies for environmental health and safety officers. If you can touch on that as well while you look for those numbers. And when you're ready, just let the chair know, let me know. But while you're looking for that, I know that in the budget, here's some echo. I know in the budget, there's an appropriation for $5 million for the anti-beautification fund. Can someone give me a rundown of what we're able to accomplish with that $5 million?
Well, that fund is for $5 million, and just I'm not sure if you guys are aware, but we've received $1 million of that. So first quarter we got $1 million of the 1.25. The second quarter we received nothing, and then we're actually in the third quarter now. We haven't received anything, and as far as we know, it looks like we're not gonna receive any additional funds.
And what actions were taken to make sure that you receive those funds?
Well, we submit a request to receive the allotment from those funds. When we initially did it the first quarter of the fiscal year, they said the fund balance only had, I believe it was $1.25 million. And so we received $1 million, and I believe the other $250,000 went to Public Works. And since then, there's been, as far as I know, there's no funds in the remaining in that. There's no balance remaining in that fund.
Really? Wow. And like I said, what actions are being taken to make sure that we correct that? Like, because the reason why we gave you that appropriation is for the department and agency to do what they have to do. And here we are just trying to get a status update to make sure that what we implemented or put in the budget is actually being put into use. But then again, let's go back to the last question regarding the sanitation technicians. Do you have those numbers, Ms. Clendenin?
Yes, I do. It's 4 drivers and 2 technicians. The other technicians are being, I'm sorry?
No, go ahead.
The other technician, the posting closed March 31st for that last posting. So those are currently being interview process and onboarding process. So we anticipate having more come on very shortly.
Okay, thank you for placing that on the record.
And may I comment, please, on the officer, the environmental health and safety? That was the question you had?
Yes, please.
Yeah, so that position was filled on April 11th on the island of St. Thomas. That was where the vacancy was.
Okay, thank you so much. And I think the director was trying to say something.
No, I think I was waiting. I was waiting. I thought you had another question regarding the analytical beautification fund.
No, I just wanted to make sure that at the end of the day, when we give those appropriations, that between OMB, Department of Finance, and your agency, that you're able to draw down the funds and use it for what it's intended for. But I'm going to move along. We also had a good amount of vacancies for operations and maintenance technicians, along with wastewater plant operator class 1. But specifically for the operation and maintenance technician, how have we been going about making sure that we fill those vacancies?
Well, we've been working with our with operations on both, in St. Thomas, throughout the territory, regarding the needs of those departments. And we've hired, and Chief Clendenin, I guess you can come up with what the numbers were for the hires during this fiscal year as well.
And before she answers that, the qualification for an operations and maintenance technician, can somebody place that on the record? Does it require a degree? What are the qualifications for that position?
Anything, it requires a high school diploma.
And listen, it's easy for us to sit here and beat up on you today, but I'm not going to do that. You need to do better when it comes to the hiring and filling of vacancies. Because without manpower, we can give you all the funding in the world. But you need the manpower to move the agency forward. So I'm not going to sit here and grandstand today and beat up on you all. You all need to hire people. And if those positions only require a high school diploma, I really do not see why you can't fill those vacancies. So somebody please let me know what are the challenges, because it's so easy. You could do a job fair. Anybody? What are the challenges?
Yeah, I think, we've been, as far as challenges, I mean, this is, when you think about the Waste Management Authority, you're working in solid waste and wastewater. So, we advertise for positions, and sometimes we get a lot of applicants and sometimes we don't. So we're just making sure we put the message out that we need staff, and we're also discussing, putting together a campaign to say exactly, because I think some people aren't quite sure what we do, and so we're going to make sure we're going to put more of a public campaign about what we do on a day-to-day basis, whether it's on the solid waste side or on the wastewater side, just to make sure that people understand, how I guess how valuable the authority is to the territory as far as what we do. And let me respond back to your comment about the analytical beautification fund too. So I think the last hearing last month, I mentioned the fact that fund was, we hadn't received the funds associated with it. So I guess I'll just go on the record and say if there's anything that this body can help, can do to help us get the additional money associated with that fund, we would, the authority would greatly appreciate it.
Mr. Chair, was my time called?
Yes, Senator James. You have a follow-up question? You can ask it if you have a follow-up question.
Yes, just have one last question. When it comes to our vendors, I think even in that same Committee on Finance budget hearing, when you came before us, we inquired about paying the vendors such as Marco, Base, and all those who contributed to the hurricane recovery. Can you just give us an update of what you're doing to make sure that we fulfill those obligations for those vendors who went out of their way during that crisis to assist the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands?
Yeah, so so I guess it's a twofold answer here. On the local side, work that was performed locally, we've made sure that we worked with all those contractors and vendors, and I think Waste Management has made significant progress in making payments to all those vendors. I think for the most part, we're current with the majority of our vendors. Now, the ones there's several vendors. There's let's say 3 vendors that there's money associated with FEMA, which is on the federal side, and there's some local stuff that those particular vendors did, and we're actually trying to finalize amounts owed to them. And hopefully we should have those numbers here within the next, no later than the end of the month, and then we're going to work out something to make sure those contractors are paid. And I do want to say that we're very appreciative of everything that they did before the storm, after the storm, during the storm. I mean, because you're absolutely right. If it wasn't for our contractors, along with our staff, then as far as the hurricane recovery efforts, we wouldn't be as far as we are now without those contributions from those particular contractors and our staff.
Thank you so much, Senator James. Appreciate your line of questioning. Director Merritt, let me remind you and your team, please, before you speak, please state your name, because the stenographer is remote and they need to know who is speaking every time you make a remark. And also, I know Senator Viale, the finance chair, will be coming on next with his line of questioning, so he can probably address in terms of the fund balance, etc. But let me ask, before I go there, in terms of this district, the St. Thomas St. John district, and the same question my colleague asked in respect to the vendors that's waiting also for payment, where are we at with those vendors in the St. Thomas St. John district?
Yeah, the St. Thomas St. John's district, there's one vendor that we're working with to try and finalize what the amounts are due to him. The other vendors we're in good standing with. I think they'd all would say that. Also, that's the same one that's going through the court process, the mediation process with you? That's the same individual? Yeah, I wasn't referring to that contractor, but I know who you're referring to.
So you're still dealing with that issue also?
There's still some legal matters associated with that particular vendor.
Okay. That you're working out?
Yes.
Very well. Senator Viale, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers. First, in reference to your enforcement officers, are they still with the COVID task force team, or are they back at Waste Management?
This is Director Merritt. They're back with Waste Management now.
Okay. And what's the projected amount of enforcement officers do you actually need? I heard you say that you presently have 3 individuals for all the Virgin Islands.
Yes.
What's your projected number that you need to be effective?
So this is Director Merritt. We are looking. So our enforcement director is looking to have some enforcement officers go through post, along with. We're in the process of hiring some environmental inspectors. So, Director Clendenin, Chief Clendenin, how many? I know I think we talked about having 8, an additional 8, but I want to make sure I don't misquote.
I think the plan was 8 total.
And do we have applicants?
Yes, we do.
Okay. And you have sufficient funding?
This is Director Merritt. Yes, we do from our personnel budget. Yes, we do.
Okay. The sewer line project for the town of Christiansted, what's the status?
This is
I know
Director.
we had some bonding issues. Have you resolved the bonding issues?
This is Director Merritt. The bonding issues have still not been resolved.
Is there a plan to resolve it? Has the contractor proposed a plan in terms of putting up acreage or putting up additional capacity for bonding?
Yeah, this is Director Merritt. Yes, the contractor has proposed a plan. I just have to work with our board to determine if the board approves that plan.
What is the timetable for that? We need, Christiansted has been in disarray for the last 3 to 4 years. What's a plan for submitting the contractor's plan to the board to see if it suffices so that we can begin the project?
This is Director Merritt again. So the contractor has discussed the plan. He's submitted something. We at our next board meeting, I'll submit that to the board for their review and determination.
Okay, is your leadership team pleased with the plan before you submit it to the board? Are you going to have a big say as to whether or not the board is going to accept a particular plan? Are you satisfied with the plan?
This is Director Merritt. I think in talking to I report to a board, and I submit once I submit the plan, they'll ask me questions regarding that plan, and then I'll be able to comment.
Then that means you don't want to put your position on the record.
This is Director Merritt. I guess when I submit things to the board, whether it's this for this particular contractor or any projects associated with the authority, I submit that. The board usually they'll as a body they'll ask me questions, and then sometimes individually they'll ask me questions. So.
And has this contractor done work for the authority before?
Yes.
Was the authority pleased with the work? That is
Yeah.
a contractor that we can trust the work will be completed?
Yes.
Okay. Appealing to the board, if the proposal that the contractor is moving forward satisfies the monetary amount, whether or not it is putting up a piece of acreage, I think that we need to move forward. The town of Christiansted have been waiting for this project to be completed for a long period of time. It's time for us to really get it going. In terms of outstanding vendor payments, what is the balance on the wastewater side and then the balance on the solid waste side?
CFO Griffin.
Do you need that for the 3 contractors we were speaking about before, Mr. Merritt, or is it for?
No, just overall. What's the overall outstanding balance for wastewater and the overall outstanding balance for solid waste?
And please mention your name before you speak.
Sorry, Darrell Griffith, Chief Financial Officer. I'll have to pull that up. I don't have that in front of me right now, but I'll get it for you.
Okay. We did increase the waste management budget this year quite a bit. We increased it to some $35 million. What percentage of that $35 million is being earmarked for outstanding vendor payment?
This is Director Merritt. I think from a budgeting standpoint, the funds that we get, we earmark as we have a certain amount for personnel, obviously, and a certain amount for operations and equipment, but we constantly are using money to pay our outstanding debts. I think I know CFO.
I think, well, what I'm trying to get at is the balance decreasing? Are we steadily chipping away at the overall outstanding balance that we're seeing light at the end of the tunnel?
This is Director Merritt. Yes, indeed, we are. CFO Griffith mentioned that when he mentioned 3 particular contractors, those are once we have those 3 particular contractors paid off, then we're, the rest of our contractors and vendors, we're in excellent shape with them. I mean, we've made significant progress over the last 18 months.
And those 3 contractors are who? Marco.
Yeah, Marco's,
Roger.
A9, and SDNC.
Okay. The tip and fees, how is that going? What's the projected annual amount, the projected amount for this fiscal year to be collected?
Time.
We're collecting roughly $100,000 to $125,000 a month, so it'd be what $1 to $1.5 million this year, calendar year.
Okay. Mr. Chair, with your indulgence?
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In reference to your hiring practices for, I don't know what technical name you're now calling the garbage collectors, but have you waived the requirements in reference to a high school diploma for a garbage collector?
Yeah, this is Director Merritt. We haven't waived the requirement, and CEO Clendenin, I'm not from as far as waiving the requirement. I know that was something that was discussed, but I'm not sure where we are in that process, or if we're even able to do that.
And Ms. Clendenin, isn't this an internal decision? Can the board? So we're talking about a garbage collector. I don't think we need to go all the way, but you need a high school diploma. We have individuals who are eager to work and don't have a high school diploma. We're blocking them from getting that particular position. Have we looked at the requirement?
We were provided with that recommendation in the past. Because the position it's called sanitation technician. We prefer that term internally.
You give it a very fancy.
Sanitation technician, yes. We feel that we've given it the respect that it deserves. There are certain duties.
I'm not trying to not respect the position, and it has been called a number of different names. But at the end of the day, it is individuals who are cleaning this island and assisting this island by collecting garbage. And I don't think we need to go as far as saying that somebody who has the capacity to contribute and do not have high school, that we should not allow them to get this particular position. That is a segment of this population and this society that we need to make sure that we take care of. And if they are going to want to go into a job so that they can be a law-abiding citizen, I think that we need to have some flexibility. So that's my recommendation to Mr. Merritt and also to the board. We need to not have these stringent requirements for somebody that is going to assist us by collecting garbage. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I'll come back to the next one.
Senator VLA, if I may, I have the answer to your initial question.
Yes, let me have it.
$5.3 million on the solid waste side and slightly over $2 million on the wastewater.
Say the wastewater again.
Slightly over $2 million, excluding our 3 big vendors that we're working with.
Excluding the 3 vendors you're working with?
Yes.
Well, and what is that amount? That's a major amount. That's the amount I was trying to get. That one includes the federal and the local, the next one, right?
Yeah, but well, that one for those numbers are in flux right now, but that's between 25 to 30 million.
25 to 30. Okay, have you received your full quarterly allotments for the first 3 quarters of this year?
Yes, we have, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator VLA. I would like to recognize the presence of Senator Carrion and Senator Whitaker. Thanks for joining us. I know you were at the graduation, and thanks for joining us. Before I go to Senator Carrion, Director Merritt. When it comes to the former colleague inquired about, and I wrote it down in where it's at. Inquired about let me ask this question, because I honestly, I don't know why I wrote it, but it was very important, but I'll get back to it. Let me ask you this question. I had an opportunity to inspect and operate a glass crusher last month by the UVI for Marine Science Advisory Center. And I learned that Waste Management, as a matter of fact, had an industrial-sized glass crusher in the past. And based on what I have learned in terms of the ability of glass crushers to reduce the volume of glass products going to the landfill and to reduce the amount of sand that must be imported to the territory or removed from our beaches, as you know, and our shorelines. And it seems that the acquisition and operation of more glass crushers should be a no-brainer to me. And it should be a no-brainer for the Waste Management Authority. So can you tell us what is the situation there with your glass crusher, and what's your take on actually incorporating that with your operations in terms of assisting the territory?
Yeah, we actually looked at partnering with the UVI and getting some, because they had some glass crushers. I guess the one that you were mentioning earlier, I'm not sure how long ago we had it, and I'm not sure what happened. But we're looking to incorporate glass crushing, and as the convenience centers come online, we want to potentially have glass crushers there. We actually, even on St. Croix, we looked at getting a glass crusher for Peter's Rest. So that's definitely is, when you think about making sand for the territory, especially during hurricane season, it just makes too much sense not to do that.
Okay, I look forward to that partnership moving forward. Thank you so much. Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for excusing me as I was attending the complex graduation. I want to shout out, congratulate all the graduates of 2022. Yesterday was Central High School, the Caribs, my alma mater, and today was the Barracudas from Complex. So very excited and proud of all the students and their accomplishments. Good afternoon to all. Good afternoon to you, Mr. Chair, my colleagues, and testifiers, and of course, the people of the beautiful Virgin Islands. You noted, Director, that the average Virgin Islander produces approximately, I think, 9 pounds of trash.
Yes.
Which is almost 40% above the U.S. average. Knowing this fact, what efforts have been made by the Waste Management Authority to reduce this number by at least 1% over the next year or so?
Well, I think I'm sorry, this is Director Merritt. I think what when we're looking at the convenience centers and going from the unmanned bin sites to the unmanned bin sites transition to manned bin sites to convenience centers, that's where we're going to be able to make a difference from a source separation and recycling standpoint. I think in the interim, what we're doing, we have a waste diversion grant. We're working with the EPA and DPNR. And the glass crushing, actually, that's something we're trying to incorporate in one of those grants as well. So we know that it's going to be a cultural change. And so with those grants, we're going to have educational outreach, and so we can start informing the public of what the plans are and how we plan on slowly but surely begin the process of recycling and, to your question, to divert waste and get us, the waste diversion from a recycling standpoint. That rate is roughly about 40% in the mainland. So we know that we want to initially be at 40% once we start, but that is the goal for us to get to that level.
So what's the timeline? You did mention that you're working with DPNR, you're working with other stakeholders, and you have a grant in place. When will we see this initiative started, and what's the clear objective based on the plan that you have?
This is Director Merritt. So within the timeline for the convenience centers to come online is approximately 24 months. And so as those convenience centers are constructed, then we'll have our communications team go out and do community outreach and start educating the residents on what our plan is for waste diversion, how they're going to be incorporated into the convenience centers. And we're going to have, during that time, our integrated solid waste management plan will come out and it'll discuss.
Director, why wait until you have the convenience centers up? Why don't you start educating the community now?
This is Director Merritt. So we have been educating the public to somewhat, but when you think about the convenience centers, once we have our notice to proceed and they come online, or we go through the construction process or begin that whole process, we want to tie that in with the convenience centers, because we don't want to necessarily start the process without having the convenience centers coming online, because I guess from our standpoint, if we say we're going to do X, Y, Z, and then we don't have the convenience centers coming right behind it, then we don't want to send a mixed message. We want everything to be kind of in line, so that because in the past, I know there's been some departments or divisions.
Well, I beg to differ. I don't think it'll be a mixed message. I really think that it'll be a head start, an advantage to the waste management to start educating the population of what's coming, so that they can be ready once the convenience centers are in place. So you have to plan ahead. Will every convenience center then will be doing recycling and source separation? That's what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. Now, are you aware of the community volunteer recycling programs here in St. Croix?
Yes, this is Director Merritt. Yes, we're aware that there's community projects set up in not just St. Croix, but throughout the territory.
Are you aware of the ones in St. Croix?
We've partnered in the past with some of the groups in St. Croix.
The group that is located that every Saturday they're at the market, they operate every Saturday between 9 to 12. Have you met with any of their leadership?
This is Director Merritt. I have not met with any of their leadership.
Do you think it's important then to engage with some of the nonprofit or local volunteers that are actively participating in recycling and source separation?
Oh yes, definitely.
So is that a priority within your plan and within your department to do that?
Yes, this is Director Merritt. Yes, that's part of the plan. We definitely want to incorporate all the community groups throughout the territory as we embark on our plan.
Well, I would urge you to meet with Ms. Diane Brooks and her team, who's been doing an extraordinary job in this initiative of recycling plastic there at the market. Every Saturday they're there. They have a program in place. I think it's important that you reach out and you provide some sort of support to those community volunteers that are actively doing the work on the ground. So I would urge you to do so if you have not.
This is Director Merritt. We have met with Ms. Brooks and we offered to partner with her. So yes, we've had conversations with Ms. Brooks.
Okay, and what's the status then of that meeting?
That meeting, she was not interested in partnering with us.
Well, that's different from what I've been hearing. So I would like to maybe have a meeting with you and Ms. Brooks.
Time.
Do you? Time has been called. Mr. Chair, if I may, just wrap up.
Proceed.
With the amount of funds that will be flowing through Waste Management Authority, do you have staffing in place or the capacity to really manage the funds that are coming for the projects that you've been stating?
This is Director Merritt. So in my testimony, we mentioned that we put out an engineering RFP, and we've had 6 companies respond to that thus far. It's an open RFP, so the plan is for us to get as many consultants on board as possible, so that they can help us with from a project management standpoint on these projects, along with obviously one of the needs we identified was hiring staff engineers. So we understand that there's about to be a significant amount of money associated with specifically with prudent replacement. So we're putting plans in place to make sure that we're able to manage those projects successfully.
Okay, and just closing, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for your leniency. So what innovative ways are your agency looking into or utilizing to be able to fill some of these vacancies and needs that you need with regards to capacity? And thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for leniency.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. You may respond, Director Merritt.
Well, we are looking at, so there's industry websites, so we make sure that we go onto whether it's the wastewater industry or solid waste industry, we go to those websites. We obviously locally, we're advertising for positions. We go to job websites like an Indeed or a Simply Hired or a Monster. So we're looking at using technology along with obviously advertising here locally to make sure we get as many qualified candidates as possible, and hopefully we get some candidates here in the territory. I know recently I got a resume for an engineer that graduated from UVI, so looking forward to meeting with that individual.
Okay. Thank you so much. And I just wanted to add to the last senator that my team did speak to Ms. Brooks earlier today, and we did tell her we're going to basically act as a bridge between her and the agency and so we can come to some type of resolution moving forward. Okay, so we will meet in the near future. Senator Whitaker, you're recognized for your 7 minutes. Senator Whitaker, you recognize.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Senator Bailey had a point of personal privilege. I want to recognize his mic.
Okay, Senator Bailey, you recognize for your point of personal privilege.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Just quickly, Senator Carrion was very humble in his congratulations. So I just want to publicly also congratulate him. His daughter, Genesis Carrion, was one of the graduates on the St. Croix Central High School Carib class. So congratulations to Carib on the graduation of his daughter. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bailey. And we all send congratulations your way from the District Senator Carrion on the graduation of your daughter. We wish her many more accomplishments in her near future. Thank you, Senator Bailey. Senator Whitaker, you recognize for your 7 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to people of Virgin Islands, to our testifiers. And that's a good way to segue. As my principal, just today we celebrated, today was the St. Croix Education Complex graduation, my alma mater. So really a time of celebration to our graduates, to Senator Carrion, the daughter, and all the graduates of the Carib nation. Today we celebrated Barracudas, and just congratulate all the graduates we've had this week, including the CTEC, current education certificate ceremony, adult education, and just continue as we go through this week and the weeks of graduation. And that's a good segue to you, Director Merritt. You and I have had a number of conversations, some meetings over workforce development, which is really important. And so as we are now having young people graduate, and as you move forward with one area that I've been pitching over is recycling. And one of the things that I think that we need to start dealing with is the actual recycling plan that I think is due to this legislature in collaboration with the University of Virginia. I would prefer that we, can you hold my time because a lot of feedback with the audio? Senator Biden?
Yes, we will.
Can you hear me out? Testing? Okay. Okay. So I will start again. I was saying in context of recycling, Director Merritt, where are we with a plan, an actual recycling plan that you could submit to this committee so we can work on breaking down the elements of moving forward with recycling? Where are we with that plan, and where are you with coordinating with UVI on this and the statutory requirement?
Good afternoon. This is Director Merritt. As far as the integrated solid waste management plan, we've been working with our consultant to put this plan together, and it's there's a lot of working pieces to it, or working parts. You know, we have to look at airspace remaining at the landfill. We have to look at, we have several waste diversion grants that we're working with, whether it's with EPA or DPNR, along with, partnering or
Hold tight for me, Director, because I've heard some of those things before. So how long has this company been contracted to help consult on the solid waste plan? How long have they been contracted to do this this plan? What's the timeline now?
Yeah,
at this.
Well, I'd say that they've been contracted to work on the integrated solid waste management plan for us. They've also been helping us with the convenience centers, and so as the convenience centers are in this final stage of getting notice to proceed, and we can move forward with construction, then that's going to segue into doing more with the integrated solid waste management plan, and we can incorporate everything associated with the convenience centers and our source separation and recycling into the plan. And so,
how many years, though, Director? How many years are we talking about? Months, years? How long has this company been contracted to do this work? Is this a long-standing contract, source, contract?
Oh, this Director, potentially a year. I can't. I couldn't tell you the exact timeline.
Okay, thank you, Director. But I think that's a lot of the issues with a lot of these consultants. It's the consultancies is happening where we're getting consultation after consultation. We are years and years now at this recycling with the waste management officially being established as an entity, and we're still nowhere near elements of recycling. I do respect the work being done by you and your team with respect to convenience centers, but we really got to get into some levels of planning. We really do. Director Merritt, I find it happening a little, sometimes too often, where the discrepancies between the funding between the two districts. So there's a difference between the federal funding repairs being allotted for the sewage infrastructure. Is there a reason the discrepancy between St. Thomas and St. John district? Can you explain the reasons for the difference? 2 million St. Croix and 17 million for the St. Thomas St. John district.
Yeah, good afternoon. This is Director Merritt. So, as I mentioned in that earlier in the testimony, so prudent replacement was approved for St. Croix, so that's $2 billion. So, with that being said, there was additional funding for St. Croix, but that funding got reallocated to another agency because of the fact that we got the approval for the prudent replacement.
So so in other words, because the whole point is that this is specifically when it was moved to the other agency, was an analysis done as to would St. Croix still be in need of additional funds in order to complete that project?
No. So I think the funding for St. Croix was roughly, I want to say $23 million or something to that effect. But when we got approval for $2 billion, then they said that let's go ahead and reallocate the 23 to another agency because of that significant approval that we received.
Thank you. I want to follow up on a question my colleague asked earlier. We have constituents who continue to reach out. I have one in particular continue to claim that as a vendor, they have not been paid. Where are we with communicating with our vendors about their payments?
This is Director Merritt. I can defer to our CFO, but I would say that if I got a call, I received a call today, and there was a vendor asked a question, and I said if there's any questions or concerns, they can reach out to me. But we've made a point to make make timely vendor payments. And if there's an issue, sometimes it's a matter of an invoice, a question with an invoice, and just making sure that our staff, get that question answered or resolved. We had a vendor that sent an invoice, and they had a fee associated with it that was 5%. And I said, well, is this a gross receipt? You have to pay gross receipts. And so they realized that they couldn't charge the additional 5% so that they wouldn't have to pay gross receipts. So there's a lot of things that happen to that nature. But if there's I always ask if there's any questions, or I say that they can give me a call, or they can speak to our CFO.
Thank you. And I do acknowledge, and I'm just putting it on record, I do acknowledge that you have communicated with me over vendors and you have been very responsive. So I'll just simply follow up with you on that. The final question is around citations. We engage with the constituents over citations. We have individuals who are committing illegal acts, part of destroying our environment. Chairman, if I will, I conclude.
You may conclude.
Thank you. Where are we with really modernizing the citation process and being a lot more aggressive when people are doing illegal dumping, when people are just need to be cited for violations?
This is Director Merritt. I would say that the first step in that process for us was getting the cameras, and we got the cameras. And there was some of your colleagues have mentioned that we have to change the locations or the angles, and so we're in the process of doing that. Our director of enforcement here over the last month has issued 11 citations for illegal dumping, and that's through using the cameras and also actually going out there in the field with the staff that we have. We're also going to hire, I think here hopefully in the next couple of weeks, we're going to hire some environmental enforcement inspectors, and so they will be able to go out to the businesses and actually talk to them and see who their permitted solid waste hauler is, or if it's a restaurant, who's picking up their restaurant oil or their grease. And so we're putting things in place. We've actually hired another person in IT to help monitor the cameras as well, so they can kind of have some real-time discussions with our staff out in the field if they see something. So we're putting all those things in place, and since we have those cameras now, we're actually trying to put together a protocol to how we view the cameras and how we disseminate that information amongst our enforcement team.
And just one quick thought. So we are moving away from the paper, from the old-fashioned, because I talked about the old-fashioned old paper. We're going to move to electronic, hopefully.
Yes.
Thank you so much,
Okay.
Senator Whitaker, for your line of questioning.
Thank you.
I want to recognize the presence of Senator Gittins and Senator Francis. Good afternoon, colleagues, and thanks for being here. Director Merritt, the last senator spoke to recycling program, etc. And we have been meeting, and we met like a month ago in response to the soil separation bill, and there's a lot of moving parts. I know we have our next meeting coming up shortly, and I look forward to your team basically assisting in getting all the kinks moving forward and seeing how we can move forward expeditiously with that bill, because it's critical in terms of number one, the landfill; number two, how we deal with trash in the territory; number three, the cleanliness of our island. So that bill has been around for a long time, and there's a lot of moving parts, and we really need to clamp down and really focus on that. So I look forward to us meeting shortly and seeing how we can expedite that process. Okay? Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
I wanted to say congratulations again to all our graduates, territory-wide, especially to those who were able to graduate already from our public high schools yesterday at St. Croix Central High School, today at the Educational Complex. Mr. Merritt, good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon. I'm doing fine. How are you?
Good. And special good afternoon to you and your team that I see online. I wanted to quickly ask about the anti-litter beautification program that we once had here in the territory, and our students used to benefit from this during the summer months and whatnot, where they could make a little pocket change. Where are we on this? Have there been any discussions with regards to the anti-litter beautification program, especially because I think this also, put a sense of, now I'm lost for words. It makes them a little more responsible and whatnot in helping with the upkeep of our islands, bringing back that sense of pride. Pride is what wasn't coming to mind at the time. But where are we on this program?
This is Director Merritt. So I heard about that program. That was something that we did in the past, and actually just somebody mentioned that program, and I said, well, that's something that we would like to reinstitute. But as I mentioned earlier, the anti-litter beautification fund is at a at a deficit right now. We've received $1 million of it, and I guess at this point it should be about $3.75 million. So. But yes, that is something that we want to do. I think we definitely want to engage with the community, especially with our with kids, because that definitely would that would help promote, like you said, instill a sense of pride, and help us clean the territory up as well.
So yes, let's make sure that we put some of this talk into action. These things, as the budget season come up again, let's start planning ahead so that we could make sure that this program returns. Because again, it benefited not only our young people, but also the territory in keeping us looking like a destination that we want people to come to. The next thing is that I see on page 4, I think, with regards to the convenience center timelines, is this impacted by the lack of having a lease agreement with the government of the Virgin Islands in any way, form, or fashion?
Good afternoon. This is Director Merritt. Somewhat. I mean, right now we're working with HFA, and we think that we're going to get notice to proceed to go with the RFPs for the design of the convenience centers, but that is one that is a piece that does need to happen. And Ms. Isles, I can let you respond to and make sure I'm not misquoting anything.
Hi, Juanita Isles, Territorial Grant Administrator. Yes, Mr. Merritt, you're correct. Also with that note, the zoning permits as well, that's going to be coming up. So those two things has impacted or is a piece of this time. Things are happening simultaneously.
So in your estimation, are they moving, are they progressing, or we need some intervention so that it could move faster?
We could use that intervention. So it
okay, well, let us know, let whoever know, so that we could just nudge, so that we could get this moving forward. What are we doing with these tires that's all over the island and whatnot? Have you all been having any talks to see how we could, and I'm getting a feedback, I'm hoping that you all can hear me, but are we having any talks about being able to identify these tires that's coming into the territory, having them tagged and whatnot, a tag in a place where if somebody were to just throw a tire up, that we pick it up, we could tell who bought this tire?
This is Director Merritt. You broke up a little bit, but I think if you're asking about tires or our enforcement, excuse me, our enforcement division is looking at ways to try and identify, where these tires are coming from. If you go to, as we continue to use our cameras to help us at the bin sites, if we see a tire there right now, and then all of a sudden, 3 hours later, we see 40 tires, we know that that's not a person or that's not 40 individuals. And so we just have to go back and look at the, we use the cameras to help us identify who the violators are. And I would say that we did issue a fine, excuse me, we issued a citation or a fine to a tire dealer over on St. Croix here probably within the last maybe month and a half because they were illegally disposing of tires.
And I hear your response, but I must say that I'm not convinced by your response that we are aggressive in all that we can do in this case in itself. Because are your officers back over under your supervision, or they're still working with the COVID task force?
This is Director Merritt. They're back with us, and so they're looking. We have them going to bin sites. We have them.
You've answered that they're back over with you. Are they going to training and whatnot so that they can know how to more effectively and efficiently do their jobs? Have they done any other training after coming out from the police academy?
There's been training since they came out the police academy. There's been different trainings for them.
Have they been into training in the last year?
No, this is Director Mayor. They have been in training last year because they've been with COVID, the COVID task force, pretty much for the last year and a half, 2 years.
And before the time is called, how many citations have been issued within this calendar year? Do you have that?
Yeah, I don't have that. I know here recently we issued in the last month and a half we issued 25 citations. So I would say probably since January we've issued probably over 40 or 50.
All right, Mr. Chair, with your indulgence, can I ask just one last question?
Proceed.
Thank you, sir. With regards to the, I think is the wastewater user fee. If a business has been closed down, what's the procedure with regards to that? If they notify you of the business closure, etc., are they still billed this wastewater user fee?
This is Director Merritt. So what they do is that if the business is closed, or even if you're a homeowner and you have a house but you no longer have the house or own that property, then you send a letter to the Waste Management Authority. Our staff will investigate, do an investigation and review and make sure that either the property is closed or the homeowner no longer owns the property, and then they'll basically, we'll send a letter out saying that you won't be assessed a fee based on that review.
Okay, I have a constituent that called just yesterday with a concern with this. I'll try to reach out to you to see if you could have one of your team members assist the individual, please.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the leniency, and thank you, Mr. Merritt and your team.
All right. Thank you, Senator Gittins. Senator Francis, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to you, my colleagues, and good afternoon to the folks here from the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority. I wanted to circle back in respect to the discussion regarding tires. As you know, Mr. Merritt, I had worked with your team to move legislation to assist with a tire redemption and also a cleanup. And we know of the situations of hundreds of thousands of tires throughout our community. I'm hearing a little bit of feedback media. I wanted to ask you, what is the game plan? What have been put in place in respect to addressing our tire situation?
This is Director Merritt. I know we worked with you on the bill that you passed. We want to meet with you to discuss that bill and how we incorporate that with waste management. I think one of the questions we had is that from a staffing standpoint, we just have to meet with you to determine how we staff those facilities. But I guess in the interim, what we're doing now is working with either working internally. We're looking at trying to get some equipment to actually be able to process some of the tires ourselves, or potentially working with some of our contractors and or some of these tire manufacturers and figure out a way where we can effectively provide a solution for the territory.
Okay, I'm available, and my staff is available. I have my folks reach out to your folks, and we can schedule a meeting, because I think it's important that we bring some semblance of order to respect to tires there.
Okay.
So, what is the responsibility of waste management at this point in respect to the pickup of trash? I know some neighborhoods you do have private entities that collect trash, but what is the responsibility of waste management in regards to trash pickup?
When you say pickup, are you saying pickup from homes? I'm sorry, this is Director Merritt. Is your question from homes or just in general throughout the territory?
In general, in terms of throughout the territory, what's currently on the books and you're required to do? What is your schedule? What happens in regards to? And I know that you have gotten a few recent dump trucks, trash pickup trucks as well. What is the responsibility that rests with Virgin Islands Waste Management as it pertains to trash pickup?
Okay, so this is Director Merritt, and I'm not sure if Director Bruni, if you want to respond to, I'll respond, and Mr. Bruni, do you want to respond, and I can jump in, or?
Good afternoon, Alex Bruni, Engineering Manager for Solid Waste. In respect to solid waste collection territory-wide, we have actually taken over some of the private haulers on the St. Thomas and the St. John side. As far as rail loaders, we are on the verge of issuing RFPs for rail loaders territory-wide again, and we are currently assessing what areas we're going to bring in internally and what we continue to contract out to haulers.
Okay, Mr. Bruni, is there any collaboration occurring with you on Sports Park and Recreation in regards to the cleanup of sports recreation area?
No, not to my knowledge. Sports Park and Recreation is responsible for various parks and recreation areas. They conduct their own collection, separate and apart from waste management.
Very well, thank you. And in regards to that Christiansted Oak Dance area and the continued problem that they're experiencing there, Director Merritt, are you aware of the situation over at Holga Dance and Christiansted Town with sewage and that?
Good. I can't. It broke up. I'm not sure what you. It kind of broke up a little bit. What could you repeat your question?
Yeah. Once again, in regards to the Holga Dance area in Christiansted Town and the sewage backup in that area, what is occurring there that's creating that backup quite often in the town of Christiansted?
This is Director Merritt. Our wastewater team, I believe it's a blockage, but I'd have to confer with the wastewater team to make sure to make sure I understand the exact problem. I think what we've been doing in that area, along with other areas throughout the territory, is just doing assessments. There's certain areas throughout the territory that have there's ongoing issues, and so we try and make sure we understand what those issues are. You mentioned earlier on the solid waste side, we've purchased additional vehicles to kind of help us out on collection and pickup of trash throughout the territory. We've actually purchased wastewater vehicles as well. We have a Vector truck and a pump truck, and that actually helps us clear blockages in lines throughout the territory. And two of those trucks are actually, we have a jetter trailer and we have a Vector truck that's actually on St. Croix. So we've been using that to help address issues as they arise.
Okay. And in regards to vendor payments, have you gotten a handle on your payments? Mr. Chair, is my time up?
No, you have a minute. Continue.
Very well. In regards to vendors payment, I see you got the CFO there. Are we gotten a good handle in terms of vendor payments?
This is Director Merritt. I'll defer to our CFO since you mentioned him.
In terms of, this is Daryl Griffith, CFO. In terms of, we know the amount of the vendor payments, but we haven't gotten a handle on it, and we're working closely with central government. Is the funds needed for the vendor payments? For 3 of our contractors, we have an estimated vendor payment of about 25 to 30 million, and we're confirming the amount with them and then moving forward with government house to.
And is there any separation in terms of that 35 million, whether or not those are federal, local, how separating out those costs?
The costs I mentioned were actually just the local costs that we need assistance with. The federal costs are covered by FEMA and other federal agencies.
So there's 35% local costs?
About 30 million in local costs, yes, sir.
About 30 million. All right. I guess we'll drill down on that during the budget cycle. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time. Thank you for your responses for Virginia's waste management. I look forward to that meeting with you in regards to tire redemption.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Francis, for your line of questioning. Point of increase on our Gittins.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to find out from Mr. Merritt if they're taking advantage of the federal dollars coming from the U.S. Department of Interior, where he can actually get grants to purchase utility trucks and whatnot. Are you in the application process with the U.S. Department of Interior?
Ms. Brown?
Hi, Ms. Brown.
Good afternoon, Senator Giddens, Eloise Brown, Territorial Grants Administrator. So we do apply yearly for the Department of Interior funding. Currently, we're in the process of, our engineer is drafting the RFP so that we can actually solicitate for specialty equipment for the authority.
Okay, so hopefully we'll see some dump trucks and other utility vehicles coming soon, because there's a lot of funding over there, and we have people working there as well. We need to start networking and reach out to them so that we can capitalize on these federal funding. Okay, I'll point you in the right direction if you don't have a contact there already. Thank you so much.
And this is Director Merritt, too. I actually met with some representatives from DOI last week, too. So they said they're going to send me some information as well. So, yeah, we're definitely looking forward to working with the DOI to get additional equipment to help us, provide solid waste and wastewater collection services for the territory. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Great. Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. The Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications stand in recess for 2 minutes. We're back on record. Senator Jennifer Gregory, you recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to my colleagues, and good afternoon to the Waste Management Authority family. Mr. Merrick.
Good afternoon.
We'll see you in a minute. How are you regulating what's occurring on the landfills, particularly in the St. Thomas, St. John district? And I'm going to be very frank with you. I asked the question because I drove through there a few weeks ago, and it seems rather untidy. And my other concern is it seems like our mountain continues to grow, and it should be flattening out. So that is of concern to me as well. So help me to understand how you guys are regulating that, ensuring that, you know, the place is kept up to standards, and how are we addressing this mountain of trash that should actually be settling?
Okay. So
seems like it's growing. Like when I moved to Frenchman's Bay some 20-something years ago, I couldn't see the mountain. Now I'm seeing it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay, so good afternoon. This is Director Merritt. So when you look at the landfill, I think I mentioned this earlier. So we have 250 tons a day that comes to the St. Thomas, St. John district, and 250 tons a day that comes to St. Croix. So from a landfill or waste management perspective, when we're building the landfill, so when you came in, you probably came and you saw the scales or the scale house, and then you come up, and that's where we're putting trash at, right in that area right in front of you. So when we're building a landfill, they're putting trash there. It's just like there's a fill plan that's associated with putting trash in the landfill. So he's just following the fill plan. Now, future, when you come into that area, if you think about when you're driving, you saw just a bunch of stuff, I'll say, for lack of a better word. So we're looking at, potentially looking at the property that's around there and seeing, what we can do from an expansion standpoint, because that's where the landfill's at. So we're looking to see what we can do to acquire additional property and actually manage the landfill differently. When we talk about the recycling plans, I mean, part of the vision is to have almost like a resource recovery center or complex.
But when you say, so let me ask you, because I'm, of course, my time is running, but I need to understand, but based on what we have now, how do we keep it at minimum, from a eyesight, if you will, orderly manner? I see that when you drive in on the right-hand side, there is a mountain of debris, like all of the debris from the storms. It seems like everything is just packed up there, and it's a huge mountain that's growing there as well, outside of the actual landfill hill. So you have a number of challenges going on there, and then I guess the other question that I want to ask you is, and how are you dealing with your oil? Removing the oil from the landfill. How does that work? Do you see that system that you have in place is actually working?
Okay, so this is Director Merritt. So several questions.
Yes.
Thank you. Well, so when you first come into the landfill area, prior to coming into the landfill, like that gate itself, that property that's not landfill. That's not owned by us. So you have several different.
Not there. I'm talking about past that.
Okay, so once you go past there,
correct,
you'll have right to the right. That's some waste that was from the hurricanes. We have that there. We have.
But I'm trying to understand. Do you plan to remove it? What's the plan? That's what I'm trying to get from you.
Well, the plan is as we're looking at what we're going to do with the landfill, then we can potentially move that area, because it's stocked away in that area. It's green waste. It's a combination of green waste. We can move that. If you went past the landfill, our wastewater treatment plant is behind that property on the left, and we actually have we take some green waste over there, so we potentially could remove some of that, put it over there, create some additional airspace, and then do some. The plan is for us to do some composting with that.
So tell me about your oil.
As far as the oil is concerned, we're looking at. So we have a company. We contract out with companies to come in once we get so many gallons of oil, and they come in and take it, and then they ship it off island and process it.
How often?
About like once a quarter, or it depends on how much oil is generated. Once we get X amount of oil generated, then we make sure we call them so that it doesn't become doesn't become too much. It doesn't become too much for us to manage.
Do you have security on the landfill?
Yes, we do.
And do they work 24 hours? How often do they work?
So they work from 4 p.m. to 6 a.m.
Are you sure? Do you check?
That's what they're contracted to do. I would say I will
check. You should check yourself. Let me ask you. I saw in the Frenchman's Bay area, Bolongo Bay area, you have those some nice little huts, if you will. It looks like you're going to be having folks stationed in there to, I guess, monitor what's happening at the dump site. Do you have sufficient staff to do that work?
So I mentioned, this is Director Merritt. I mentioned that in my earlier testimony. So we have 3 right now: one at Bolongo, one at Cancrine, one at Nazareth.
Staffing.
And staffing wise, we are basically we're putting a schedule together, and we're going to have staff. So currently we have a staff member at the Nazareth one.
Do you have sufficient staff? Yes or no?
So yeah, basically it's yes and no.
So when are they going to start? Yes and no. Is either you have it or you don't.
Well, I mean, I'll just tell you. So we on the sanitation tech side, we have enough staff, but we're hiring staff for St. John.
Okay, so you and I are always having 2 different conversations. I specifically asked you about the what are those things?
They're waste management, but we have waste management boots.
It's the boots. Yeah. Do you have sufficient staff to man the boots? That's the question.
Yes.
So that's an affirmative. So when are they going to start manning the boots?
And they're putting together a schedule now. So we already have one.
So when do you intend to do that? Because outside of the schedule, when do you intend to bring that online? That's the question.
I would say we already have one online. We already have staff at the Nazareth one.
When do you plan
the Bolongo and
to execute?
Cancrine ones that we're going to have staff in there within the next 2 weeks.
So your execution for all of them will be in 2 weeks.
Well, we already have one that's staffed.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I'm asking. In 2 weeks, all of your boots will be manned up, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Chair, can I ask one last question? Because you know Mr. Merritt a little long-winded. Okay, this question is tied to the tire. I think I heard when I was sitting downstairs, one of my colleagues asked about the tire disposal. Now, we do know that there was legislation that was passed a number of years ago that requires some $5 disposal fee for tires in the territory. Is that accurate?
I believe that's accurate, yes.
Okay, so
but we don't receive any of that.
So we need to look into that because a portion of those funds go into, when I go to whatever tire store here, shop, and I change my tire, they tack on the $5. My question is, who is regulating that? Because the consumer, we're paying the $5, but we're still seeing tires all over the island. Of course, people change their tires and leave them all over but not to the magnitude of the tires that we're seeing all over the island. So something is going on with the businesses who's responsible for who's changing those tires. So we're paying the $5. The business keeps a portion of it, and another portion comes back to the government. So you're saying that portion that comes back to the government, you're not getting. I think it's $2. There's $2 or $3 that comes back to the coffers of the Virgin Islands government. So tell me.
We haven't received it. Now our CFO actually and CFO Griffin.
What does the law say? Waste management. Somebody should know. Yeah, the consumers are paying the $5, so we need to know what's going on with our $5.
CFO Griffin, I know we recently sent a request to figure out what the fund balance was for, but we haven't got a response yet, right? Because we haven't received any funds.
So what is the purpose of the $5? or the portion that comes to the government? Did we look at the legislation, the act, to determine what of that money comes back to waste management for actual disposal? No?
The last, no, what we sent the request, but we haven't received anything back. And when we looked at the law, it didn't say anything about what was going to waste management in it. So we'll have to double check with your help.
Okay, so I'm going to commit to looking into it. I'm going to reach out to y'all because if we need to address the law as it relates to this $5, then that's what we need to do, because we can't be charging the consumers $5 and then we're seeing tires stacked up all over this island. It's just something is amiss with that. So, Mr. Chair, thank you for the leeway.
All right, thank you for your last question.
Thank you.
Senator Fred Gregory. I see T-Mobile have been here for some time. I'm gonna put 5 minutes for me. I'm not gonna take my 7 minutes, and then we're gonna do a rapid 2 minutes round, colleagues, okay? And then we're gonna wrap up and proceed with T-Mobile, because I know many of you are waiting for that portion, block 2. But Director Merritt, let me ask you, and please be succinct with your answers, because I know you're all long-winded. In respect to FEMA and the 15 solid waste projects that's underway, how many of them have actually started?
Ms. Isles, can you answer that question?
Yes, Juanita Isles, Territorial Grants Administrator. Senator, you said 15. Can you repeat your question, please?
There are 15 FEMA solid waste projects. How many of them have started?
The 15 projects are A and B projects, and most of those have been started.
You're cutting off. Please state your name and give your response, please.
Okay. Juanita Isles.
Okay.
Territorial Grant Administrator. The 15 FEMA projects are A and B projects. Most of them have started and have been completed already.
Okay, very well. In the absence of time, can you please send a listing to the chair so we can look at that? Thank you for that. And also, there are 44 wastewater projects. Do we know how much of those projects have been completed thus far?
Ms. Brown?
I don't, good afternoon, Eloise Brown. I don't have the number off the top of my head. I can get that for you, but I do know majority of those projects have been completed.
Okay.
We probably have 5 to 7 projects that are in the process or pending.
And also, it'll be nice if you can send us a list of those that are uncompleted, what the status of those that are uncompleted. And thank you for that also. And the sewer shed and treatment facilities in the territory, what's the status of those, Director Merritt?
This is Director Merritt. So the 15 of the 16 sewer sheds have been completed. Then the last one is the wastewater treatment plant, and they're going to have that completed by next month. I just received an email.
Seem to be doing pretty good in that area. That's good news. Okay. I know you have outreach initiatives in the works, right? Let me ask you in respect to, there was one I read about when it comes to a program, Trash for, have you heard someplace? What initiatives do you have in terms of trash collection? Creative initiatives.
Well, this is Director Merritt. I mean, I think from on the solid waste side, the waste management booths is an initiative that we implemented so we can transition from the unmanned bin sites to the convenience centers, so we can have them manned, and that way we can educate the community. Other initiatives for us with waste management is where we've internalized some of the collections so that we've been able to have a significant or have a cost savings, and we've used that cost savings to help pay down some of the debt associated with solid waste collection. We're looking at Another initiative was, I mentioned earlier, the Rustmar foam, using that as an alternate daily cover, which is actually saving us money on dirt, along with saving airspace. And so we've looked at different ways to use technology to help us with operating the landfills, along with doing things to help educate the community with our staff and kind of have more of a presence out in the territory.
The trash to art contest, it seemed to be a success. So, are there any plans for future competitions?
Yeah, excuse me, this is Director Mayor. Yeah, there's plans. And just like another initiative, the Crown Mountain Bend site, we had that painted. We partner with one of the high schools. Then another project over on St. John. And so yeah, we're definitely looking to continue to partner with organizations and different schools to help beautify the territory.
Okay, and piggybacking, circling back to the discussion with the Anti-Land Beautification Fund and having no collection thus far. I believe in the last board meeting it was spoken to in respect to excise tax, and nothing was collected or something like that. That's one of the reasons why there have been no money collected for that fund.
That's what we were told.
That's what you're told, correct?
Yes.
So that's one of the issues that you had as a result of us not collecting anything, and the money goes to that fund. So that's one of the issues that we had. Okay, colleagues, we're going to do a rapid 2-minute round because, like I said, T-Mobile has been here. So I'm going to do a quick 2-minute round. If you have any burning question, please have them ready, and please be succinct with your answers so we can get through this round. Senator Graff, you recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Quick, the Savangard project, through the chair, you could forward how many phases the project was, how much per phase, and how much money was allotted thus far for that project.
Okay.
And two, in regards to your law enforcement officers, are they unionized?
Are they what?
Are they unionized?
Yes.
Okay, so is there a rank structure set up for them? Because again, you have 3 officers. How do they get upward mobility?
Well, we have they're enforcement officer 3s, and so we're in the collective bargaining agreement. I guess that's one of the discussions as far as just going forward.
And how many prosecutions have you had for people doing illegal dumping or at any of these sites and stuff? I know you talk about citation, but how many prosecutions have you had? Success?
I'll get you the number. I know we've had several.
Through the chair, you could forward that to the chairman. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Graff. Senator Saru? Senator Saru? Okay, Senator Payne, you recognize for your 2 minutes.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Merritt, your enforcement officers, you say you have 3, right? That's how many in St. Thomas and St. Croix?
2 on St. Croix and 1 on St. Thomas.
Are you working on getting any on St. John?
Yes.
Okay, good. How many positions do you have available on St. John right now?
I believe 3 or 4.
3 or 4? Okay, what about, you recommend?
We have 11 territory-wide.
11 territory-wide?
Yeah.
Okay. You recommend residents creating compost sites on the property as a means of reducing waste? And if so, how can they go about creating a manageable compost site?
Yes, we recommend that, and we have some information or we can have our communications department provide some information regarding that. So yes, we definitely recommend it.
Okay, and lastly, in your testimony, you mentioned that the average Virgin Islander produces approximately 9 pounds of trash per day, almost 40% above the average on the mainland. What factors account for such a disparity, and what can the government or the community do to reduce the amount of trash that we actually generate?
Well, that's what we've been talking about, source separation and recycling. So once we get into the recycling, that's basically U.S. average is 40%. That's the 40% right there, since we don't recycle here. So that's why it's important for us to have a robust recycling program.
Thank you for your line of question. Thank you very much for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Payne. Point of inquiry, Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I want to piggyback on the question that was asked by the by the previous speaker. When you said that's why you're promoting recycling, do you have some roadmap to us getting to recycling? Do we have a recycling plan? I know recycling costs money, but I think we're way past talking about it. There must be some sort of action items around recycling, what we recycle. What are those items we're going to begin to recycle first, and then we go down the road? What does this look like?
This is Director Merritt. So as the convenience centers, as we get everything associated with the notice of proceeds and everything, then from a communication standpoint and from an educational standpoint, we're going to start rolling out what is recyclable, what's not recyclable, so that we have that lined up as we get into that process. One of your colleagues mentioned that we should potentially start doing it now. The reason why we haven't done that at this point is because we don't want to start the process without having. We're going to start the conversations, but we want to have things kind of lined up and going in that direction prior. Because the thing that I don't want to do is start something without having things kind of lined up, because then it's a mixed message. And so so there is a plan that, along with we have different waste diversion grants. So all these things are coming to fruition right at the same time period, so we can put all that together and combine it with an actual plan and say, hey, here's what's the plan for recycling at the convenience centers. Here's what we're going to do with this waste diversion grant. So it's all kind of coming together now.
Okay, thank you so much. Senator Saru, you recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You spoke about, let's go back to my enforcement division, concern. Vehicles, when last have you got vehicles for them?
In 2016, but I'm actually trying to get vehicles now.
So vehicles are needed, right?
Yes.
Okay. Officer training, let's go back to that officer training component. Tell me about, I heard your response earlier. I don't think I was satisfied with it. When do they get training?
Well, they haven't gotten training in the last 2 years because of COVID. But whether it's enforcement or any other division, we promote training. So as they're looking at any training that they want to attend, and it makes sense for the division, we definitely promote that.
Okay, and then I talked about promotions for enforcement. What you did was brought them up to step. That's not a promotion. So just need to put on record again, $100,000 for an enforcement director supervising 3 people. Doesn't balance out. And the cameras, there's no reason that we talk about tipping fees and whatever. You can't collect revenue on violations when from the inception your cameras were placed in the incorrect spots and you really can't locate the violators. So what's your timeline on the correction of the camera placement?
That was in the next couple of weeks.
What's the next couple of weeks?
By the end.
Because I really get exhausted with people coming before us in planning in progress the next couple of weeks. I don't know what that means. What does that mean? June 1st? May?
June 1st.
June 1st.
Yes, and I think just the cameras, when they were initially placed, everyone thought they were in the right angles, but then as you started looking at things, then they realized they had to be.
Cohesiveness is key because you're talking about, with your indulgence, Mr. Chair, you're talking about people thought, as I was saying, a man thought that he passed the gas and he defecated. We can't thought all the time, right? So if you're going to put cameras in a spot, you need to work with your enforcement division. You need to have everybody at the table, because what we're doing is really wasting time and resources, putting up cameras, having to replace them again. We got to start doing things right, and things that we could do good, the simple things that we do, let's do them well. Okay? Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Saru. Senator Viale, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Merritt, in reference to old cars and the recycling of the metal, is it possible for us to have an agreement with a contractor that would be willing to dispose of cars for a nominal fee in exchange for them receiving the metal? So what is the situation we have now for the disposal of cars?
Yeah, that's possible. The contractor that we use now, he actually processes metal, and then we get depending on the cost when that metal is shipped out of the territory, depending on how much that metal is purchased for, then we get a small portion of profit back from that if it goes over a certain threshold.
Okay, so right now there is no cost to the Waste Management Authority for the disposal of those old vehicles.
No, there's a cost.
There is a cost?
Yes, because when the scrap metal contractor for us actually, they charge us a monthly price to manage the scrap metal that comes in and actually process it.
And I think what I'm trying to get to is whether or not the amount that they're getting for selling the metal, as to whether or not it is sufficient that we don't have to pay a fee. Have we done an analysis to see how much they're actually making and make a decision as to whether or not we still need to pay a fee for the scrap metal, because they retain the metal and they sell it? So have we done an analysis?
We haven't done analysis, but I've had a conversation with that contractor to say that we're in the contract is one that we're in the process of putting an RFP out, and I said that going forward, when we're dealing with scrap metal, right now the scrap metal, that commodity, that market is actually doing very well, and so we said that when we're working with contractors, specifically with scrap metal, that we would like to work with the contractor that we have a better agreement with, where it's a 50-50 share. So when the market is good.
I don't even believe that it should be a 50-50 share, that the commodity market is doing well, that the price of scrap metal is doing well, and we need to do an analysis and see as to whether or not what they're getting for the actual scrap metal is sufficient for them to run the operation and make a profit. And we don't actually have to pay anything. I'm thinking if we can lure a company here that would give residents of the Virgin Islands a nominal fee, whether it's like $25 for an old car, and you turn it there and they clean the car and they recycle, send the metal to be recycled, I think it would be a win for us in getting the island clean. So if we can just do a thorough analysis as to the costs, so that we can make a decision moving forward. And the RFP would be able to make sure that we get that data or that information. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Viale. Point of inquiry, Senator Payne. Oh, I see Senator James. I'm sorry, Senator, I didn't see you before. You're next. Point of inquiry, Senator Payne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Merritt, quickly, to piggyback on one of my colleagues previously asked relative to your cameras. Your cameras are stationary. Is there someone monitoring the cameras where the cameras can actually zoom or rotate from side to side, or you just have stationary cameras placed?
They're stationary, but we have the ability to zoom in and do different things. And if we see a potential violation and we can't necessarily get it in focus, then we've worked with PD to help enhance the image.
Okay, thank you very much for your response. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Payne. Senator James, you recognize for your 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you for the time. Waste management, when it comes to the landfill project, I know there are some funding there, or there is some funding there, I should say. When it comes to that, can you speak to how you're going to go about moving forward with the St. Croix landfill? And that question was asked before, just say yes. Was it asked before as far as the strategy with the St. Croix landfill and the funding?
Yes.
Okay. So my question, as far as a designated land, have you been able to find out what would be the next location instead of the Anguilla landfill? Have you reached that decision yet?
This is Director Merritt. That decision has not been made yet. We're still doing an analysis of several locations throughout St. Croix.
And how long you think that would be until we come to a final conclusion as far as the designated location?
I'd say a couple of months. We're in the process now of doing some investigations and doing some engineering investigations and soil borings and different things associated with making sure that an area is suitable.
And as far as the consent decree, how are we going about making sure that we come into compliance? Any progress there? And if so, can you speak to that?
We've been working with the U.S. EPA and the Department of Justice, and we have a very good relationship. And so, as far as the consent decrees are concerned, they know what we're doing, and there's no issues right now. As you know, as they continue to see progress with the authority and what we're doing, and they're happy to see that we're collecting fees and different things, that we're in good standing with them.
Awesome. And last but not least, I know earlier in my line of questioning, I asked about outstanding payment to the vendors who contributed to the hurricane recovery. I just want some more specific as far as how you're going about dealing with the challenges. I think invoices was one of the issues, along with being able to draw down on the funds. Were you able to draw down on those funds, or we're still waiting to draw down on those funds?
Excuse me. On the there's two of the two contractors that I think they've worked with our partner with O'Brien to finalize drawdowns on specific projects related to FEMA. So I think that's actually been finalized. And the other contractors, if there was a couple of issues here and there, we've worked through those, or we're working through those.
Okay, and last but not least, I know I mentioned the vacant positions, and I know the good principal from the Detroit followed up with that. But I just want to make sure at some point I'm expecting to see a job fair being held, and I don't know if you can have that conversation with Division of Personnel, who can do that internally within your department, but something needs to be done to make sure we have boots on the ground so you can put that agency forward and fulfill the mandates in the Virgin Islands Code. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time, and wishing that you follow through with that job fair.
Thank you so much, Senator James. Director Merritt, let me circle back to the cameras. Thinking about it, who was the company that was contracted to do that work?
The company's called SmartNet.
SmartNet? Mm-hmm. So in that contract, was there any type of liability in respect to showing them one of the camera was placed at a trajectory where they would capture what needed to be captured? Because a couple of them, I saw them in the air, behind the bin, etc. Are there any liability in terms of protection for the agency within the contract? Because remember now, that's a lot of money we could have lost. We don't even know. So that's my question. Was there anything within the contract to protect the agency?
I don't have the contract language in front of me. I have to take a look at it. But I know that our IT department has been working with them. And if there's issues, they've been very responsive. So but I'll take a look at the contract and let you know. I'm happy that they are very responsive. But in the interim, the liability in terms of the camera not capturing what it was meant to do, it really don't make any sense. Then you're defeating the whole purpose of having the cameras in the first place, which was a very good idea, I must say. But nonetheless, for real, we need to look at that and see how we can recoup any type of funds that the agency needs, because we need the funds. Okay. Period. Senator Carrion, you recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a very good discussion we're having this afternoon. Director, let me ask you, with regard to the employees and the landfill, how many employees do you currently have working at the landfill?
At both landfills, I'd say probably, if I count, probably maybe 20. I mean, if you're talking waste management employees, we have contractors that assist us in managing both landfills.
So employees, you have 20 per district?
No, probably 10 to maybe 10 to 12 per district. Well, at the landfills, not including the transfer station.
Yeah, but not that they're there, because I know you have some temporary offices on the grounds, right? But I mean that are actually working with the landfill?
Probably, yes, but probably 10 per landfill.
About 10. And then with regards to the capacity and your needs in that area, do you need more than that?
I would say, we one of the critical positions that we mentioned in the testimony was the landfill manager. So that is a critical position. We need somebody there to help out with operations. I mean, we have our director of solid waste is over on St. Croix, so he's there on a normal basis. And between myself and Mr. Bruni, we're over on St. Thomas taking a look at that landfill as well. But we would like to have somebody there permanently.
And then you mentioned earlier, are you guys doing marketing for these positions outside of the territory?
Yes.
Time.
Inside the territory and outside the territory.
Quickly. Now, just closing, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to bring to your attention, my office received a call from a resident who stated that in her neighborhood, there are at least like 2 beds, wooden frame and dresser and some mirrors and a TV and some other stuff at her garbage bin in her neighborhood for over a month. I know that some of these items are considered illegible or I should say are illegal to be able to dump in certain areas. But what does the authority do in these cases? Like, for example, she wants to know how long will it continue to just sit there and not be removed?
Well, I would say that if there's an issue or a concern, they can contact Waste Management. I'm not sure if that that doesn't sound like a Waste Management bin per se, but we still go and assist when requested, and because we definitely don't want to have any eyesores throughout the territory.
Thank you. I think my time has been called. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. Director Merritt, who in your agency had oversight in respect to that contract? To assure the contractor was doing what it's supposed to do and sign off to show that the work was done in accordance with the contract or appropriately.
Well, I'd say, procurement is over contracts, and our CFO is over procurement. But as far as actually out in the field, if it's a solid waste contract or if it's a wastewater contract, then we have our wastewater engineer manager who was unavailable today, Jeff Watson, and then our solid waste engineer manager is Mr. Bruni.
So it's Mr. Bruni who went out with a contractor to assure that that contract was done in accordance with the specs?
He would be doing that, yes. Either him, he would do it or myself, or.
So for this contract, who?
For which? Oh, you talking about for the cameras?
Yeah.
Oh well,
that's what I asked you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about in general. So the cameras would be, it's an IT project. So our manager for IT is actually going out there and working with the contractor and making sure things are.
Well, you ain't answered my question yet. Who went out with the contractor from the jet to assure that it was done correctly? That's my question again.
Okay. Our IT manager, Rashid Hodge.
Okay. Very well. I think Senator Fred Gregory, you recognize for your 2 minutes. I know we're going to wrap up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to shift the conversation just a little bit, and I want to go to the audit. I know there was a recent audit that came out around the operations of Waste Management Authority. Where are you with the corrective measures, and how are you in fact monitoring to ensure that the corrective measures are being implemented?
This is Director Merritt. The majority of, after the audit, we had a response to them, and then they incorporated our response into the findings, and the majority of the issues that they had, we had already either put measures in place or we're putting measures in place, and so we're, I think we're in good shape as far as.
Mr. Merritt, so you're telling me that based on the audit, all of the corrective measures were basically put in place. So if an audit was to be conducted moving forward, these issues are not going to raise their ugly head again? That's what you're saying?
The majority of them, yes.
But that's what I'm asking you. I'm asking you, what are you doing around those that are not, that you still believe that are not corrected, and how is it being monitored to ensure that the corrective measures are in place?
Well, on the procurement side, we're issuing RFPs and issuing contracts and getting rid of the expired contracts. So that's one of the major issues. As Senator Blyden mentioned, going out and looking at contracts.
What about your standard operating procedures? Have you written new SOPs?
Yes, we have. There's I'll let our CFO respond to that.
CFO?
Yes, ma'am. Darrell Griffith, Chief Financial Officer. We've written new SOPs and we're currently writing new SOPs and for different things. I've had meetings with the staff since I've been on board, and we've knocked out two, and we're working on.
Thank you for your response. So let me just wrap up by just asking you, Director, CFO Griffith, based on how long have you been on board?
3 months.
So you've been on board 3 months. Have you reviewed the Inspector General report and looked at whether or not the corrective measures are in place and monitoring to ensure that in the future we don't see an audit coming out with this type of information? Because that's important.
Yes, I have, ma'am.
Okay, so you have a system in place to address the audit findings and the corrective measures.
Yes, and it'll take at least a good 6 months to a year to correct all of them.
Thank you for that. Thank you for your honesty, and that's what I expected you to say, Mr. Merrick. You can't say that the things were corrected. You got to monitor them. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. All time have been expired. So, Director Merritt, I'm going to give you 30 seconds to give a closing statement before we go to T-Mobile.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to testify today to provide an update regarding our operations, or the Waste Management Authority's operations on both the wastewater side and the solid waste side, along with robust discussions about what the future holds for the territory. I'd like to thank our staff for doing a wonderful job out in the field, along with our contractors who help us provide services for the territory. And thank you for giving me the time to speak to you guys today. Thank you.
Thank you for your responses. I want to thank you and your team for being here today and going through the vetting process. And before I leave, I honestly want to say thank you to you and your team also for every time I call. No matter what the issue is, you respond immediately. And I really appreciate and respect that. And the people, most importantly, do appreciate that also. So I want to thank you publicly for that. The Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications stands in recess for 5 minutes. We are back on the record. Mr. Clerk, can you read Block 2 into the record, please?
Block 2, additional telecommunications update for mobile providers. Invited testifier, Mr. Mark Hodge, Esquire, Legal Counsel, T-Mobile, Virgin Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Good afternoon. Mr. Hodge, can you please state your name for the record and also have those on Teams introduce themselves for a mic check, and then you can proceed with your testimony.
Good afternoon.
One moment, your mic is not on. Try again.
Good afternoon.
It's not on. Continue, speak, testing.
Good afternoon. Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. My name is Mark Hodge. I'm the legal counsel and local liaison for T-Mobile. With me remotely are three representatives from T-Mobile. Where am I missing my thing?
Hi, Mr. Chairman. I'm Ilian Cañellas, Managing Corporate Counsel for T-Mobile.
Can you repeat yourself again, please? Sorry. Can you take your time and repeat yourself? Take your time.
Yes, my name is Ilian Cañellas, Managing Corporate Counsel for T-Mobile.
Thank you. Welcome.
In addition, we have Carlos Aponte.
Good afternoon. Carlos Aponte. I'm the Senior RF Manager for T-Mobile Puerto Rico and USVI.
Gracias. Welcome.
And lastly, we have Cesar Correa, who's also with the legal team.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Cesar Correa from legal team.
Thank you. Welcome. You may proceed with your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The T-Mobile launched last month. This is about roughly our 1 month anniversary from formal launch. Prior to that point, T-Mobile was not providing service in the Virgin Islands. They took over for Sprint. So this is a company that's just in its very beginnings of providing services here in the Virgin Islands. Mr. Chairman, members of the 34th Legislature Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, senators, legislative staff, ladies and gentlemen, T-Mobile appreciates the opportunity to appear before this committee to discuss the current status and the future of telecommunications in the territory as well as other topics. I want to take this opportunity to, I've already introduced my colleagues there with T-Mobile who are attending remotely. As you know, T-Mobile USA recently acquired Sprint and its subsidiaries, including the entity operating in the USVI. T-Mobile Puerto Rico LLC is currently working to integrate USVI operations in an orderly manner. Last month, we launched the T-Mobile brand in the territory on April 18th. That was a few days after your last hearing, which is why we weren't able to attend at that time. We were in the midst of the formal launch, which had been pushed back a couple times already at that point, so people were scrambling. The status of 5G and wired broadband implementation and coverage. T-Mobile offers wireless services for both consumers and businesses throughout our retail and other channels across the nation, including now the USVI territory. This means that backhaul for T-Mobile is provided by third-party vendors, like, for example, Via. As Mr. Aponte will explain in more detail, it takes a network with millions of components working in concert to transmit data from one device to another. The process where base station equipment at our site sends traffic to this core telecommunications network over landlines or microwave transmissions is commonly called the backhaul within the industry. Traffic continues to move via switches within public telephone network to the final antenna site. The terminating site then transmits to the receiving device that you hold in your hands. On April 18th, T-Mobile, the most awarded 5G network in the country, earned yet another win. A new independent third-party report published by Ookla shows T-Mobile is the fastest overall wireless provider in the U.S. with the most consistent speeds. In addition, T-Mobile ranks #1 for the fastest median 5G download speeds, and it has the most available 5G networks in the country. This is the experience T-Mobile aims to provide nationwide, and we continue to work tirelessly to offer a similar experience everywhere, including here in the Virgin Islands. T-Mobile is investing in installing wireless infrastructure to accommodate growing consumer demand across the USVI. The goal is to improve speeds, coverage, and quality. This investment includes new updates to wireless towers, antennas, and small cells to transmit 5G wireless signals and form the backbone of next-generation networks. Faster, more responsible, and able to connect more devices, 5G will unlock innovation and investment. 5G will bring a wide range of economic and social benefits to the USVI, including creating new jobs in technology and access to health care and education, issues and opportunities that are often underserved in smaller communities. The President planned extent of utilization of the VI NGN Middle Mile network. As stated above, T-Mobile is a wireless carrier. As we continue to plan our network deployment, we will determine the correct elements of the middle mile infrastructure to use. With respect to the status of the 3G phase-out and an update on issues affecting individual customers, government agencies, and the Internet of Things, IoT, as the wireless industry evolves to 5G, older technologies like Sprint's 3G CDMA networks are being retired. T-Mobile is retiring our 3G CDMA and UMTS networks to free up resources and spectrum that will help us strengthen our entire network and move all customers to more advanced technologies like 4G and 5G networks, providing a more feature-rich experience for customers. We must clarify that T-Mobile does not have a 3G UMTS network in the USVI. However, the CDMA technology that Sprint used will be phased out throughout the year. Before this happens completely, T-Mobile is working hard to ensure none of our customers get left behind or experience service disruption. We're providing this notification to allow time to upgrade or replace impacted devices. Customers with CDMA-dependent devices are receiving some exciting offers and deals to upgrade their device to a new modern device with 4G/5G service and capability from T-Mobile at no cost to make this transition easier. We are contacting subscribers with one or more incompatible devices in different ways, mail, email, text message notifications, to guide them through the upgrade process, walk them through enabling LTE on their device, or assist them through each software update when necessary so they are able to continue using our mobile service after that the network is decommissioned. Since our integration with Sprint, 32% of the USVI customer base has changed their service or changed the SIM card to use the new 5G network. As for the status of redundancy and other hazard mitigation and emergency preparedness initiatives to maintain communications in the event of a natural disaster, we are happy to report that 100% of our sites have generators as redundancy in case of a power outage. T-Mobile is committed to safeguarding the interests of our customers, employees, and stakeholders in the event of an emergency or significant business disruption. As a result, T-Mobile maintains an enterprise-wide business continuity program designed to provide effective responses to a wide variety of disruptive events. T-Mobile considers the full range of natural and man-made hazards that could impact employees, customers, operations, and assets across the country. The technology team conducts ongoing site threat assessments in an effort to identify potential impacts on critical sites and properties to plan for threats accordingly. When it comes to active disasters or outages, T-Mobile has a long history of moving quickly and efficiently in emergency situations to ensure our customers can stay connected when they need it the most. Every day, thousands of T-Mobile associates are always dedicated and focused on keeping our customer connections strong and available. We understand the importance of reliable communication and connectivity during critical events. Even when there's no disaster or outage, we're working behind the scenes to make sure that our network is operating at optimal levels for ever-changing demands. We regularly test and drill our emergency response teams across the nation to enable us to stay ahead of any situation that arises. We maintain an organized and integrated suite of disaster plan and procedures. T-Mobile has made a significant investment in our network's redundancy, reliability, and resiliency. For times when impacts are unavoidable, we have a fleet of rapid response equipment, from generators, COWs, and satellite technology, situated across the country to facilitate expeditious recovery. These multi-layered investments are designed to deliver best-in-class service continuity. T-Mobile is a customer-obsessed company. In T-Mobile, we are customer-obsessed. That's what inspires us and drives us to look for new ways to keep our customers seamlessly connected to what they love. In 2014, we became the Uncarrier, a business model based on listening to the customers and addressing the industry pain points. Our customer service, which we call CARE, has been consistently recognized for its superior service by entities such as J.D. Power. Back in 2018, we launched our team of experts, where dedicated, highly trained individuals handle a wide range of topics, sometimes working with specialists, including local retail and engineering, to solve even the most complex issues. USVI support is being provided from Puerto Rico, aligning to this team of experts concept, where support is assigned to a team that will manage most of the call from the market. Our approach is customer-centric, where retail stores, 2 in the USVI, 1 in St. Thomas, 1 in St. Croix, engineering and care report to the same organization. We can identify customer pain points and provide a resolution much faster. Care has tech agents that can evaluate technical impacting issues and escalate with engineering resources if needed. We thank you for the opportunity to introduce ourselves to you, and we look forward to continuing to work to develop our network and customer base in the territory. At this point, I will hand it off to Eliane, as my client also has a short PowerPoint presentation to also address issues that were raised.
Hi again, Mr. Chairman. This is Ilian Cañellas again from T-Mobile. Are we allowed to share our screen so we can share the presentation that Mr. Hodges just mentioned?
Before you go any further, I think we need a copy of your presentation in order for it to be on the screen. So what I will do is give you.
I think I can share it with you. Let me.
Okay, let's see. Let's see if you can share it.
Hold on a second. Read it.
Okay.
Let me know.
We got it. We got it.
Perfect. Perfect. Okay. So, perfect. At T-Mobile, we're extremely happy and excited with the opportunity of finally being able to launch our brand in the USVI. It has been a long time coming, and the result of the work of many, many people in the mainland, here in Puerto Rico, and of course in the territory. And we're very excited about it. As Mr. Hodges mentioned before, we call ourselves the Un-Carrier, and basically it's a philosophy where T-Mobile, we think a little bit outside the box. We do not consider ourselves as any other wireless company. For years, we've been working in this philosophy, basically addressing the pain points that the customers bring to us. And there have been several on-carrier moves, as we call them, where we have basically introduced, and we have been the leaders in the market, introducing several changes in the industry. T-Mobile has been consistently recognized as one of the best places to work. Just last year, T-Mobile Puerto Rico was recognized as the best employer, the #1, in the largest employer category. And also, we've been recognized nationally as the best place to work for disability inclusion, for a military-friendly employer, and the best workplace for women. As they say, happy employees make happy customers. One crucial part of the T-Mobile culture is diversity and inclusion. We not only believe in diversity and inclusion, that's something that is part of our DNA, that we celebrate. Most of our employees are part of one chapter for diversity and inclusion, and it's something that we not only do as an employer, but also with our customers. I'm sorry?
I believe so.
All right. Can you hear me well? All right.
Yes, we can, but espérate, slow down a little para mí, por favor.
All right. T-Mobile has also been consistently selected as one of the most ethical companies for 12 years in a row by the Ethisphere Institute. T-Mobile is also a signatory of CTIA and part of a member of CTIA. As Mr. Hodges mentioned before, we've been consistently also recognized by J.D. Power for our customer service and for different type of categories dealing with the wireless industry. One of the things that I think is one makes us the proudest is the type of benefits that we provide our customers. For instance, most of our plans are unlimited plans. We know that the use of data is critical to our customers, so they can stay connected and do whatever they like whenever they like. So most of our plans are unlimited and have unlimited data. We also have numerous plans which are taxes and fees included. That means that the customer, every single month, the customer sees the same amount in their bills. There's no like different amounting of every different every month. They receive the same amount, and the taxes and charges are included. Also, our customers, one of the reasons our customers love us so much is T-Mobile Tuesdays. It's been several years since we've had T-Mobile Tuesdays, and it's basically a different type of offers, benefits, sometimes magenta stuff that we provide our customers. Every Tuesday, the customers need to download an app in their phones, and every Tuesday they have some sort of surprise or some sort of offer available only to them. Also, most of our plans have Netflix on Us, which is basically an offer where Netflix is included as part of the plan. So most of us love Netflix, so it's included in your plan. We also have Simple Global, which is a feature in our plans which allows customers to have text and data in over 220 cities and destinations all over the world, and that way they can stay connected with back home. We have numerous plans available for our customers. We have Magenta Max, we consider our best plan ever. This is available for VI customers right now. We also have special discounts and pricing for customers over 55 years and up. We also have special plans for veterans and military members, and also for first responders and their families. Oh, very well. Giving back to the community is also critical to T-Mobile. So we have several corporate social responsibility efforts, mostly focused on youth, sports, education, entrepreneurship, and sustainability, which of course will extend to the Virgin Islands. We also learn a lot from the experiences with hurricanes Irma and Maria, just like in the Virgin Islands. And we already had a strong business continuity plans, but they were certainly strengthened, and there were lots of learnings as a result of that experience. So we have a stronger plans and great learnings as a result of that. In terms of the pandemic, the COVID, T-Mobile has made several efforts. We continually monitor the mask mandates and the quarantine requirements from the CDC and from, of course, the state governments and the territory, in order to make sure that we comply and we provide appropriate guidance to our employees. And as Mr. Hodges mentioned, we just had our launch last month in the USVI. We have 2 stores currently, one in St. Thomas, one in St. Croix. We also have a USVI T-Mobile truck on the way, pending permits, and lots of plans for the USVI. And we are currently hiring a retail personnel in the island. Also, I wanted to mention that we have, as part of our Magenta launch in the USVI, we have specific social media handles, T-Mobile in Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter for the VI residents, which specifically cater to the community. And I'll talk a little bit about the network, but I do have the experts here. T-Mobile, as a result, of course, of the merger, created what would we have right now, the 5G network that we have. We are still working on it. There's a lot of development, particularly in the Virgin Islands, but we're certainly seeing the faster speeds that with the investment that we've made in the network. In terms of nationwide, T-Mobile is a leader in 5G with America's largest and fastest 5G network. This has been validated by a series of entities, by a series of studies. You will see here. There are numerous results. There are numerous awards that T-Mobile has won in terms of our 5G network, being the fastest provider, the most reliability, the most 5G reach, and other awards that we've received recently. Specifically in relation to the USBI, we are the only national carrier offering a seamless experience between USBI and the US. Same goes for Puerto Rico. We have doubled our coverage in the Virgin Islands. We have 4G and 5G technologies, as Mr. Hodge mentioned before in the written statement. We do not have 3G technology in the VI. And we're also happy to confirm that we have 100% of our sites have generators in order to provide backup in case of a power outage. And I'm going to leave it to Mr. Aponte here so he can explain a little bit how T-Mobile works, how our network works. Let me see. I think this should be a useful graphic in order to explain how it works.
Okay, compliments. Ms. Caneas, before he goes to explain the technical portion, is there any way you can send that presentation to my office? I can share with my colleagues so they can use it also to assist with the vetting process, because I'm not supposed to let you testify unless we have the testimony in front of us. So since that's the presentation you're using in your testimony, please share it with us so I can share with my colleagues. That'll be much appreciated. Okay.
Okay. Do you want me to share it after the hearing?
No, you can send it to him. You can send it to him now. While he's doing his part.
Okay, let me see. We're using my computer, so that's why I'm asking.
Oh, okay. Okay, when you're finished, please.
All right, thank you.
Okay. So, good afternoon. Basically, in terms of the way our network, runs, is kind of the same as the other carriers, right? You have first what we call the cell site, what's commonly known as the antennas, right? So we do have our antennas installed either at a tower, what's called a lattice tower, or a monopole, or it could be a rooftop, right? So that's basically, we have the antennas, and in most cases we have some radios up there along with the antenna. So some of the transmitters are sitting up there with the cell site antennas. So that's part of what T-Mobile owns in the sites. Right next to the tower, we have downstairs we have our equipment. So this is the radio equipment that basically controls all the functions of the antennas up there, and has all the 4G or 5G gear inside. Plus, we also have a cabinet which houses batteries, and we have a generator. So aside from what we talk about on the generators, we also have battery banks. So in case there is a problem in case of a power outage, the batteries will keep the cell sites up while the generator starts to run. And the same thing, if for some reason the generator has any problems or runs out of fuel, whatever, we also have battery backups, which provide from 4 to 8 hours of battery backup, in addition to the backup that we have with the generators. The third part of the network, obviously, is what we call the backhaul or transport, which is what connects our base stations to our switch, which is located here in Puerto Rico. The backhaul part is usually provided by third-party third-party fiber providers. So that's the network segment that is not owned by T-Mobile. It is the same here in the USVI in Puerto Rico, and in the US it works exactly the same way. If there are locations where fiber providers cannot reach, we use what's called microwave backhaul, which are basically it's a wireless connection between the cell site and other cell sites to connect all the way to our switch. And basically the last part, which is owned by T-Mobile, is the switch, which is basically the heart of the network, which controls all the cell sites are connected to it. In this case, in USVI in Puerto Rico, we have here in Bayamón, Puerto Rico, our main switch. This facility obviously is connected to other network nodes in the US that provide other functions which are not specifically located in Puerto Rico, and then which connect to other things like confirming the identity of the customers when they make a call, what's called a HLR, and other functions which are not co-located here in Puerto Rico. So this is the main, the main network node of T-Mobile Puerto Rico and USVI. And then from our switch, obviously we have the direct connection, which what's called the POTS, or the telephone service, which basically relates to our connection with the other wireline or wireless carriers in Puerto Rico, USVI, or in the rest of the world. So in summary, that's the way that our network, is set up, which relates to the same way that most of the wireless carriers work.
Thank you so much for your presentation. So while we await the presentation, because I need to send it right away, please, I will go ahead and ask a couple of questions while we are waiting for the presentation, okay?
All right.
Let me ask, and before you respond to the question, please state your name for the record. So when Sprint Puerto Rico Wireless last appeared before this committee in 2019, this committee was provided with the following listing of companies, transmission assets in the territory. In the St. Thomas district, there were 8 cell sites, 9 transportation microwave links, 1 transport hub, 1 undersea fiber optic circuit, 3 fixed power generators, and 3 portable power generators. On St. Croix, Sprint had 5 cell sites, 9 TX microwave links, 1 transport hub, 1 undersea fiber optic circuit, 1 fixed power generator, and 2 portable power generators. And in St. John, you had 1 cell site and 1 fixed power generators. Do you know if these are the same amount of cell sites that's available now, to include a microwave link, etc.? Or have there been any improvements since then? And whoever answered the question, please state your name for the record.
Carlos Aponte, our senior RF manager. My understanding is that in terms of, and you're talking, just to be clear, you're talking about the Sprint network, correct?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have the numbers in front of me. What you just mentioned sounds about right. The network that's still up there, and that is still existing. So while we, as T-Mobile, as we continue to build our network there and grow it, what you mentioned, it sounds to me that it are the correct numbers, as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, and so in terms of your inventory and your assessment thus far, do you plan to add, upgrade, or have any technical issues addressed and or to add to the network moving forward?
Yes, actually, what T-Mobile has done in order to be able to to launch service in the USVI, what we have done is we have done 2 things. Basically, one, we have we have taken some of the locations where Sprint is located right now, and we have put T-Mobile equipment in those places. So in all the locations where T-Mobile and Sprint were not in the same, what we call co-locate, that we were not in the same tower or in the same building, in order for us to provide new T-Mobile coverage, we have installed T-Mobile gear in those places. So the experience now, though in those locations, we have now launched service with expanded, 4G and 5G networks and expanded coverage there.
Okay.
And including, sorry, go ahead.
No, continue, sir.
And yeah, and then there are other locations where we're still, Sprint is still providing service. So we are also continuing to expand our network toward those places. So to answer your question, yes, we have improved all the locations where Sprint has been operating for years, and adding new technologies like our low band 600 megahertz. So the coverage right now for both T-Mobile and existing Sprint customers which have a compatible device is much better, both in terms of coverage and speed than they had before.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, let's speak to your customer service and affordability connectivity program. T-Mobile owns and operates Metro by T-Mobile, which, as I understand, is a lower priced tier of T-Mobile service, and it is also the vehicle by which T-Mobile participates in an affordable connectivity program. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So will Metro by T-Mobile be available here in the territory for all people?
There are projects right now related to the Metro operation. Metro is not available yet in Puerto Rico either, but there are projects in order to make that happen. But of course, there are confidential details as to that.
So I don't want to get into the confidential detail, but is it going to be available here to all people in the territory? Yes or no?
That may be something that could happen.
Maybe. So you're not sure?
Yes,
according to the T-Mobile website and various media reports, T-Mobile participate in an affordable connectivity program nationwide. Am I correct in my statement?
I have no information in that regard, Mr. Chairman.
Excuse me?
I don't have information in that regard, Mr. Chairman.
I didn't understand what you said. I'm sorry.
She said she has no information on that, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, very well. Well, I do. My team and I do in-depth research, and my colleagues, whenever we have anyone coming in front of us. And based on our research, T-Mobile participant in affordable connectivity program, they do it nationwide. So I was just inquiring why we doing it here in the territory, and that is part of what they do on a regular basis. So nonetheless, I will continue with my line of questioning. I'm sure my colleagues are going to chime in when they get the presentation. Let me ask. I know we inquired as to, and we also have the answers before we ask many questions also. And we inquired as to why would a program be here, and we were told it would not be available here in the territory. And my question is to why? Are we less than?
I'm sorry, you're talking about...
the same program.
I'm sorry, hold on. You're talking about T-Mobile in Puerto Rico, where they're trying to get it for themselves as well as the Virgin Islands, and you're saying...
Wait, slow down, attorney. Mention a name before you speak, so that's...
Mark Hodge, you're saying that T-Mobile out of Puerto Rico, that's trying to obtain that service for the people of Puerto Rico, as well as the U.S. Virgin Islands. You're asking, is the reason it's not in the Virgin Islands because the people in the Virgin Islands are less than?
No,
and the people of Puerto Rico don't have it?
No, I'm not asking that question.
Oh, okay. Clarify for me, please.
I'm not asking that question. How many employees do we have thus far in the territory?
I don't have that information with me. We are openly recruiting retail employees in the U.S. and in the territory.
I know you stated in your testimony that you have a site in St. Thomas and St. Croix. Where are those located, may I ask?
In the stores in St. Thomas and St. Croix, yes.
Where?
I personally know the one on St. Thomas is in, what do you call it, Fort Milner. I don't know the one in St. Croix, the location for the one in St. Croix offhand.
Attorney Hodge.
Please.
With all due respect, we inquired for T-Mobile to be here in the last hearing. I understand they could not make it. We requested another date. They're here today, but I expect at least they being able to answer some basic questions like where are you located, how many employees do you have, and on and on. And like I said, my colleagues haven't started a line of questioning as yet. So in order for this to be a truthful and honest discussion, we need to have answers. It's only fair and it's only right.
Well, just to clarify, the written statement that we prepared, every time I said with respect to, that was referring to the listed items in the letter. You identified the topics to be discussed. Nothing in there said discuss the specific location of each retail location, provide the number of employees at each location. The list included the status of 5G and wired broadband implementation and coverage.
Attorney Hodge.
The present and planned extent of utilization of
Excuse me, Attorney Hodge.
VINGN, the status of the 3G phase-out and update on issues. Okay.
I'm the chair. When I'm speaking, please respect the chair.
I apologize, Your Honor.
Please, I'm trying to have an honest and frank discussion here.
Okay.
I'm saying again, that is basic information. That's basic information. For instance, if I'm a CEO of a company, I can tell you exactly how much employee I have, how much department I have. That's basic information. That's all I'm asking. But nonetheless, we're trying to have a hearing here and be honest, be transparent, and we do the vetting. We are not here to be contentious. We are not here to give you a hard time. We are just asking basic questions. Basic questions. I have not asked anything out of line. I've been straightforward and asking basic questions based on my research and my team's research. So please, I'm not trying to be combative here.
Right, but you're suggesting that we are unprepared for the list you gave us when your question is not on the list you gave us.
I'm not going to go through that. I'm not suggesting or saying that. I'm just doing my vetting. But nonetheless, Senator DeGraff, I'm going to recognize you for your 7 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Wait, it sounds like Senator Gittens was asking for a point of something. Go ahead. Okay. Micah, thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all of you listening and present. First of all, we are going good, but it's Attorney Mark Hodge.
Yes, it is.
Okay, you look like Governor DeYoung, but
he gets the same thing. Someone told him his mother was a great attorney.
But one thing, as a member of this committee, I don't agree with you being combative or back and forth with the chairman. I don't agree with it at all. So I'm asking you to stop. Let's be respectful of each other. Nobody ain't been jumping at you. Don't come do it in our house. I from Savannah. We like to fight. Okay, and we ain't gonna take it. I ain't gonna take it. I'm a member of the committee. I'm a elected official. Mr. Chair is, we all are. You're in our house. Thank you for that. Agreed?
Fair enough.
Thank you, sir. Again, I saw, the semantics of it. T-Mobile is here. T-Mobile is here to stay. Welcome. T-Mobile, welcome. But again, we want to know about T-Mobile. And some of the questions I had in terms of for employment, employees, local employees being hired, what is being offered to our local employees? when
terms of
they're being
benefits?
hired? In terms of, are they offered insurance? Are they offered stock
absolutely.
options? Are they offered, so.
One moment.
That's what I like to hear.
Eliane?
Yes. Yes, we are, as I mentioned, we are currently recruiting. We've been able to recruit a number of employees. We've been offering sign-up bonuses for those employees that we recruited. We offer very competitive benefits. I don't have a list right now. That's something that we can supplement after the hearing. But T-Mobile has very competitive benefits for our employees.
Okay,
employees.
through the chair, if you could submit that information for us to know, as to T-Mobile coming in here. Now, it is mentioned that T-Mobile is 5G. Now, it's obvious there's not a Sprint 5G infrastructure in the territory, or is there?
No.
Okay, good.
Sorry, Carlos Aponte here again. No, T-Mobile does not have a 5G network in the USVI.
Okay, good.
I'm sorry, I apologize. Sprint did not and does not have a 5G network in the
Right,
USVI.
so does T-Mobile have a 5G infrastructure here in the territory? You say you provide 4 and 5G.
Yes, on all our cell sites, on each one of them, we have 4G and 5G technology on air today.
Okay, my understanding of 5G is there has to be direct signal to signal for the transmission of 5G in the territory. How many sites do you have in the territory, and can you provide that from the States, or is it generated here?
No, okay. Yeah, 5G, the 5G technology, as it's related to how it works operationally, is exactly the same as 3G or LTE technology. So it is the same. We have some dedicated antennas, radios at the cell site, as I explained on the earlier slides. You need the same transport and our switch. So all the same. Many of the network elements. Let's put it this way: all the basic network elements that 3G and 4G technologies have, 5G needs all those same network benefits.
Okay, all right. Thank you for that. I thought it needed more. Has T-Mobile connected with our Virgin Islands Vitima for providing emergency services, like when they have lost children and those things those signals can go out, or those messages can go out territory wide?
I'm sorry, which?
Virgin Islands Emergency Management Agency. Our Vitima here, it's called Vitima. That when you have those alerts that go over the phone, has T-Mobile connected that already?
This is the local version of FEMA.
Correct.
Okay.
Please. Right.
Okay. In that case, I'm not. I will have to find out. I'm not 100% sure if we are already connected to those messages.
T-Mobile is connected to the FCC alert system, which I understand also connects with Vitima, but we can validate to make sure that it flows properly.
Mr. Chair, please make sure you state your name for the record, because someone is taking notes and they're not here.
I apologize.
Please.
Okay. Yeah. It could. Excuse me. Could everyone just mention the name when you're answering, please? Thank you for that. And the cost. Are we looking at any cost increase for the T-Mobile services going forward as the years go on? I shouldn't say as the years go on, but within the next year.
T-Mobile will have the same rate plans and same offering that we have in the U.S. and in Puerto Rico in the USPI, and there are no contemplated cost increases in the rate plans.
Okay. And does T-Mobile coming in here? Okay, T-Mobile bought Sprint for $31.8 billion. I read. And T-Mobile is a U.S.-based company, not a foreign base. Anyone?
Yeah, this is Ilian Cañellas from T-Mobile, and that is correct.
U.S. based. Okay. So I lost my train of thought based on that one. So, but I'll just wrap up. In terms of the infrastructure for 5G itself, do we need to add antennas or the cell sites in the territory? Because of, especially on the St. Thomas side, we'll have the mountainous and St. John territory, islands that have a little more mountains. And even in the Blue Mountains of St. Croix, do we need to add more cell sites to accomplish getting connectivity in those areas?
Carlos Aponte here. No, basically we're installing 5G on the same locations where we have our 4G technology. So it's not that we have standalone 5G installation, if that's what you're referring to.
Right.
So no, both of our technologies go in parallel. So all our locations have the 4G and 5G technology in all of them. So there are, up to this point, it will depend on network, how the network evolves from here 2, 3, 4 years from now. But today, we don't have in the USVI just sites only that we just put for 5G. On all the locations, we have both technologies on air.
Okay, T-Mobile, thank you and welcome. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Let me ask, backhaul is an important element in maintaining network quality and redundancy. Our understanding is that nationally, T-Mobile does not own extensive wired network access. It negotiates with contractors, with fiber owners to provide backhaul. So who provides the fiber backhaul for T-Mobile in the territory?
Mark Hodge, I believe it's VIA.
Is that correct?
Carlos Aponte here. That is correct. Within the USVI territory is VIA.
So that's from Sprint, or since T-Mobile got here, or it was already there from Sprint?
My understanding is that that's the common means by which wireless providers obtain their backhaul service. So chances are, I don't recall offhand, chances are that's how Sprint was doing it as well.
Okay, very well. Okay. Senator Saru, I'm going to let you do your 7 minutes. You're recognized for your 7 minutes of questioning.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. What's your name, Mr. Testifier?
Mark Hodge.
Attorney Hodge?
Yes.
Attorney Hodge? Can you tell me, going back to the question by the chairman, what is the answer to our people being able to participate in the Lifeline and affordable connectivity program?
I'm sorry. Could you repeat the question?
The website indicates that all people in the continental U.S., the United States, to which we are citizens, can participate in the Lifeline and Affordable Connectivity Program. Is that option afforded to the people of the Virgin Islands?
If I understood the prior, Mark Hodge, if I understood the prior testimony correctly, it is not currently available in Puerto Rico or in the U.S. Virgin Islands, but they are attempting to get it. That's my understanding.
Go ahead, I'm listening.
Can I please add to that? This is Ilian Cañellas from T-Mobile here. I would like to supplement that. You asked specifically about Lifeline. In order for T-Mobile to offer Lifeline in the territory, we would need to become an eligible telecommunications company there, and I would speak known as an ETC. So that would require a process before
Can you speak a little slower for us, please? Sorry.
Sure. No problem. In order for T-Mobile to offer Lifeline services in the territory, we would need to become an ETC, an eligible telecommunications company. That's something I understand that is approved by the Public Service Commission, which I understand you are part of. So that's something in the plans for T-Mobile to initiate to consider initiating that process in order to offer Lifeline services in the territory.
So do you have a timeline?
Not at this moment.
Okay. Who's doing the lobbying with the corporate office?
I'm sorry, lobbying in terms of?
To get this service to the people of the territory. Who's speaking on behalf of the customers in this region?
I'm not sure I follow your question.
It's not that required to lobbies.
Basically,
Take it to the FCC.
go ahead.
Who's speaking on behalf of the customers in this region to T-Mobile's corporate office so that the customers can be afforded the opportunity to participate in this program? Who's the lead on that?
The T-Mobile itself, we are part of the government affairs team, and T-Mobile is something that we are considering as a company.
So you know that most organizations have an intergovernmental affairs unit. So who is that a priority in the intergovernmental affairs division?
I wouldn't be able to pinpoint a particular person. It's basically the organization.
Okay, I don't know if that answer, colleagues, suffices for me, because we're paying for services, and they can't only be afforded to the contiguous states. The territories should be afforded those same services. Now, you're still integrating the phone customers. What's your timeline? I see it on page 1 of your testimony that you are in the process of you're doing your integrating of the USVI operations. What's your timeline to fully integrate?
Yes, Cesar Correa from Leyland and T-Mobile. We have to the phase out. Finally, we have a very comprehensive plan, a process to integrate every customer in the same billing plan. Our stores in USVI and USVI are using now two systems, the Sprint system and T-Mobile system. We are going to phase out the Sprint billing part in the mid of the 2023. We are also phasing out the CDMA, that we are getting information, text messaging, emails, letters to the customers to change their phones when it's needed, to perform and software updates when it's needed, or something like changing the LTE toggle in the handset, so they don't lose their service when the CDMA finally shut down in the June 1st.
Okay, so let's go back. So your timeline is when? I still didn't receive an answer.
To the billing system, and be only one billing system, would be to mid-2023.
So you're looking at 2023?
For the billing system.
For the billing system.
For the billing system. What about the phone customers? There's some that have not been fully integrated. What would they need to do? What's your outreach campaign on informing those customers who aren't fully integrated and what they need to do to become fully integrated?
We start to communicate, Cesar Correa, from T-Mobile. We start to integrate, to send messages early in the 2021, looking to shut down the CDMA network in December 31, 2021, but it was postponed until March of this year. After that, we segmented the customer in 9 groups. So all depends if the customer has multiple lines, only have one line that would be impacted, and all depends on what group of customer he is receiving the offers. But to your question, we have some offers that we have changing their handsets for free when it's needed at not cost. not even with the upgrade fee that used to be charged, because we don't want to charge anything for that customer. That is the customer that have a device that is completely incompatible with the changes on the network. We also have another transition that the handset is compatible and only need to switch the SIM card. We start tomorrow. They will start tomorrow to receive the SIM kit at their home, and they only have to change it without doing anything and don't have to the store. And we'll be switching from the Sprint network to the T-Mobile network.
Okay, so let's go to the middle mile. Have you interfaced with VINGN on utilizing the middle mile?
1 minute.
Has anyone spoken to VINGN?
When you mention middle mile, what do you refer to?
VINGN is our Virginalis Next Generation Network, and between via putting fiber in the ground, broadband has fiber in the ground, VINGN has fiber in the ground, AT&T has fiber in the ground. We have a lot of things in our ground.
Okay.
Have you had any discussions with VINGN in utilizing their middle mile to strengthen your services?
Carlos Aponte, not as far as I'm aware of. Our only interface in terms of the companies that offer fiber connection in USVI has been with Via.
So you're using Via?
Yes, the transport between our cell sites within USVI territory has been with Via. So at least locally, I'm not aware of any involvement with
VINGN.
There's a division within T-Mobile which handles this contract with either Via or other transport providers. But
Okay,
that's
hold a
handled
second. Mr. Chair, with your indulgence, can I ask an additional question? Who is your representative in the Virgin Islands? Do you have like a corporate office here locally with a person who lives and resides in this territory? Don't tell me about the attorney representing you today. Do you have somebody that you have in this district, in this territory, on behalf of T-Mobile on a corporate level?
Ilian Cañellas here from T-Mobile. No, we have our store managers and our retail team, but we don't have a corporate office in the VI.
Okay. Now, Mr. Chair, if I may conclude, this is a problem that we have here. The territories sit side by side, but we have distinctly different histories, cultures, and priorities. And too often, the territory, with all due respect, is lumped with Puerto Rico. And you have to pick up the phone and call somebody in Puerto Rico and then go back and forth. It's the same with the banking system. It's the same with receiving mail, going to Cantano, Puerto Rico to come here. Like, we are lumped continuously into Puerto Rico. And then I am sitting here asking you questions that may be culturally relevant to this territory, and you don't even know who VINGN is. You can't answer questions territorially because you don't really have a presence here. So if you are going to manage operations for a region, I suggest that you send somebody from your corporate office or hire somebody from here to work and to address all corporate issues. Because when the hurricanes came, Sprint, T-Mobile, AT&T, nowhere to be found. We had to call our kind of offices across the 50 states begging for help.
Mark Hodge, I apologize if T-Mobile wasn't present in 2017.
Mr. Hodge, this is my time. And this is not the courtroom, respectfully. And the treatment of our customers in this territory must improve. And you could nod your head, you could be as combative because you were combative earlier when they asked you a question, the chairman. And frankly, our people deserve a little better and a little more service and fair representation if they're paying a monthly bill. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Saru. And Senator, you're correct, and I'm going to put this on the record. When I called to inquire about the affordable connectivity program to Puerto Rico, I was connected to someone in India. And from there, I was connected to someone in the Philippines. 45 minutes later, I was not no closer to the answer than I was before. One thing this chair and his team does, we do our due diligence with every hearing, every committee, every testifier that comes in here. We do what we have to do because that's our job. That's what the people sent us here to do, our vetting process. So we have a problem. We have a problem. And that's why I asked when we started, how many local employees do we have and where the office is located, so we can do some more due diligence and work with you in order to assure that our people get fair treatment and equity and get what they need. It's simple, but I was responded too harshly for trying to do my job. That's why the people sent us here on their behalf. But nonetheless, what I'm going to do though is after the presentation, during the presentation, I ask for a copy for my colleagues to look at, because we don't let anyone testify without having a testimony. And that was the testimony, and we still have not received it. So we're going to take a 5-minute recess until we see that presentation.
Point of information.
So before I go to the 5-minute recess, point of information, Senator Whitaker.
Thank you very much, Chair. And just really quickly, I know we're going into the break. A point of information, back in January, I actually had a meeting with Mr. Dan Leary. He's the Director of Government Affairs there in DC. So I'm finding it a bit disconcerting that we're having this conversation and you've been directly asked, the T-Mobile representatives, about who is the government contact. And he represented himself as being the person who's in DC, who is dealing with and representing the government, as well as indicated to him several issues surrounding constituents and some of what we're talking about today. So we do our homework. So I'm not understanding, is Mr. Dan Leary no longer in the capacity as the Director of Government Affairs for T-Mobile and handling the issues surrounding being directly assigned to the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico?
Okay, thank you so much for your point of inquiry. The recess is going to stand in recess. The committee is going to stand in recess for 5 minutes until it receives the presentation that was presented earlier today. We stand in recess for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
We are back on the record. Can you pull up my mic a little, please? We're back on the record. Colleagues, it's in your email. The presentation is inside of your email, okay?
Perfect.
And thank you so much for sending it to us. We appreciate it. Senator Savu, point of inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To Mr. Aponte or Correa or Ms. Canejas, can you tell me how many stores we have in the St. Thomas, St. John district?
In St. Thomas, one store. This is in Cañellas, one store in St. Thomas. The specific address?
Where is the store located?
I don't have the address with me. I think Mr. Hodge mentioned that before.
Lockhart Gardens.
Okay, so Mr. Hodge, but what I'm trying to say.
Please state your name before you speak, please.
Mark Hodge, Lockhart Gardens.
And how many stores on St. Croix?
Ilian Cañellas, one store.
Okay. Mr. Chair, what I'm saying is, if we don't know the locations of our stores, then we need some local representation on a higher level in the territory. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your point of inquiry. Senator Payne, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, listening viewing audience. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. Mr. Pandey, what's the cost of the investment in install wireless infrastructure, the 5G, to accommodate the growing consumer demand in here in the Virgin Islands? And when will this infrastructure project be completed?
Well, in terms of the overall investment, I don't have the figure with me, but I can certainly, get back to you on that figure. And in terms of future investment, we continue to invest, and the USVI will continue to invest this year and next year as we continue to expand our network. So, I don't have the specifics on the exact amount that we will be investing. That could change depending on the network needs. So we don't have a certain figure that we will go by saying we're going to invest X amount of dollars this year. It would all depend on the need for us to provide additional coverage capacity to the island.
Okay.
To the
Okay, and can you provide more specifics as to when the CDMA technology will be phased out and customers will only be able to use 4 or 5G service?
Current plans are that CDMA technology will be shut down as of May 31st this year. So basically, the customers that have, for example, LTE devices will be able to use LTE, what we call VoLTE or Voice over LTE, which is what we use in T-Mobile today. Customers with those compatible devices, actually the Sprint customers with compatible devices are using that technology today in the USVI. So one of the things that T-Mobile did when we acquired Sprint was to allow customers that have compatible devices to do their voice over the LTE or 4G technology, and also use 5G. So customers that had 5G compatible devices would be able to connect to T-Mobile's 5G network. So that's the way that the project is scheduled right now at May 31st of 2022.
Okay.
Correa from here, and I want to add to what Carlos said. These customers are receiving a lot of communication, a lot of SMS, emails, and letters, offering with the new devices. They are also have been scheduled to be suspended and rerouted occasionally. So, and to let it know that they have to change their device prior to that. We are less than 100 customers. We are doing very good in that. We're almost done with the migrating all the customers that we have that were going to be impacted with the CDMA shutdown. But we need that the customer complete the process, because after the customer care receive the call, they reconnect their device and make like maybe a guidance to go and change it before 5 days. But past 5 days and they don't go to the store, so they get suspended again. So they are right now, January 1st, that they will be losing their service.
Okay. And how many jobs will T-Mobile be adding to the territory, and what skill sets will be needed to acquire these jobs? And will T-Mobile offer training to empower Virgin Islanders to acquire these jobs with distinct qualifications?
Yes, this is Cecilia Cañellas from T-Mobile. We're currently hiring for mobile experts, retail associate managers, and store managers. Well, I don't think we have open store manager positions. The skill set it depends obviously on the different positions. Those are posted in our websites. You asked, I think, another question about the skill sets, and
will you all provide training for individuals who apply for these jobs?
most definitely, yes. There's extensive training that our associates receive prior to of course, joining the company. I think maybe Cesar can expand on that.
Yes, Cesar Correa from T-Mobile. They go to a process of training of 2 months before they are like certificated to attend customer and provide the best experience possible to the customers. We are very focused on that. We also have 3 groups going to the islands to bring support, to train to the new systems, learn our services, learn our products, and this is like a third group, the third phase that is getting expertising to the current employees that we have in the USVI.
Okay. And have you conducted a survey to ascertain what areas on each island has potential dead spots?
Carlos Aponte, T-Mobile. We've done, in terms of coverage, dead spots, we've done our internal drive testing.
1 minute.
And we've done our internal drive testing, obviously, to test our network. So we've gone from one side on each island, from one side to the other. In addition to that, we have internal data, which is actually customer data that we receive directly from the mobiles, which tell us on which area.
Mr. Ponte, I don't mean to cut you, but have you done a study on St. John? Have you done?
We have done. Yes, we have done testing in St. John as well.
And your service works in the eastern area?
No, there are some areas in the eastern of St. John that we know that we have opportunity to provide additional coverage. So that's in the plan for network expansion.
Okay, and in that area, a lot of cell phones bump off onto the boat phone, the BVI service, and in the past, Sprint has been charging these individuals a hefty roaming charge. Are you aware of that? And what are your plans to actually mitigate something like that?
Our intention is to expand T-Mobile service across not only the eastern part of St. John, but to the rest of the areas in St. Thomas and St. Croix that are coverage challenged. So in the way that we move towards those areas, obviously that situation will be mitigated.
Okay, and what will happen in the interim until you have? What will happen in the interim until you are able to show up your system to provide that coverage? When your customers bump off onto the BVI system and they actually incur a roaming charge.
Well, Carlos Aponte here. I do not have, as you know, being in engineering, I don't have the billing data that would show me how many customers or how many customers are receiving roaming charges for that. Yes, there are from situations that I've heard in the past, I know that because of natural, let's put it this way, natural physics, right? People are in a very high elevation. Let's say in St. John, in the eastern part of St. John, may have direct line of sight with an island from British Virgin Islands, and it all depends on the way that the BVI carriers are have their antennas, their network set, so they might get signal from there. And in places where we do not have coverage, there is no way that we can control that. That will be up to carriers in the BVI to kind of improve their system and try to contain their coverage within BVI.
Yeah. Mr. Chair, one quick wrap up. Lastly, Mr. Opande, most cell providers in the territory, when it comes to Wi-Fi, offer an average of, let's say, 5 or 6 megabytes per second download and 3 to 4 megabytes per second upload. That service isn't anywhere adequate for our school children or residents to stream, upload, or download work-related items. Will T-Mobile produce the same type of low megabytes per second to the residents of the territory? If not, what type of megabytes per second speed will you offer, especially since you are promoting 5G, which is actually the fastest network speed out present at this time? Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Carlos Aponte, T-Mobile. Our current, and this is something that it is publicly available through Ookla. As you know, Ookla is the network leader in speed measurements across the U.S. and its territory. So according to the speed test that customers do across the network, right now we're the number one. We're ranked number one in both in downlink and uplink speeds on the USVI, and our average 5G speeds, according to Ookla, are between 40 and 50 megabits per second. So those are the speeds that customers in good T-Mobile coverage can get with our 5G devices.
Okay, thank you so much. So a point of information.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to add to the discussion. At the time when I chaired Workforce Development and Consumer Affairs and Culture in the 32nd legislature, we had a discussion with Sprint at the time pertaining to St. John. And Sprint, they indicated that they were having a discussion through the FCC because the British, the BVI and their towers were infringing upon, they were coming over into international territory, and their bandwidth and where their towers were located wasn't a violation to our sovereignty, quote unquote. And Sprint began to initiate discussions with the FCC pertaining to proper coverage for St. John because our towers are being overpowered by those in the BVI. I don't know if with the merger, if T-Mobile has picked up the mantle on that discussion with the FCC, because when I chaired Consumer Affairs, we were really working with Sprint on that issue. But the players have changed, and I don't know if that's even a topic of discussion anymore, because that is really what's preventing proper coverage. One of the issues preventing proper coverage in St. John, the infringement on those towers into national territory.
Thank you so much, Senator Soro, for that most important information. And that is one of the main reasons why we have hearings and we vet, and out of that comes information that can assist both parties. Senator Cardion? Senator Cardion, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the testifiers, and welcome to T-Mobile, to the territory.
Thank you.
We always open our arms to new businesses and corporations once they are willing to engage, become corporate citizens, and do us right. I echo the sentiments of my colleagues in regards to ensuring that leadership within the corporation that's established here in the territory. We have talented individuals here that can fulfill some of your leadership role. I think, as a colleague stated, is important because that really speaks a lot about the company and their willingness to engage and be part of the community instead of just bringing in individuals from outside, but also engage our local skill pool in the territory. So I look forward to hearing some of that in the near future. Let's talk a little bit about, according to the testimony that was brought forth today, I heard a colleague was speaking about spots. And I know with Sprint before, there were some issues with communications in areas that were dead spots, especially here. I represent the district of St. Croix. Have you identified those in St. Croix? And what is the plan in order to address those issues?
Carlos Aponte, T-Mobile. Yes, we have data from the coverage that Sprint used to have and has in the USVI. And the plan to mitigate that obviously has been to install T-Mobile equipment on those same locations, because the Sprint does not have what we call low band technology, which is our 600 megahertz frequency. So the coverage that we are able to provide today on those same locations where Sprint is located is 3 to 4 times the coverage that Sprint had. Not only outdoor coverage, but our in-building penetration is at least twice with that frequency that what Sprint had. So the benefit of having T-Mobile right now is that on all these locations where Sprint has their cell sites or their transmitters, we're offering broader coverage, much broader coverage than what Sprint had.
Okay, so if I'm understanding correctly, you have already addressed those areas.
Yeah, we already addressed those areas. We're not 100% complete in terms of all the areas that Sprint was covering, but we are close to mitigating all those. We're close to 100% in terms of the locations where Sprint is provided.
Share with me what percentage have you mitigated thus far, and what's a timeline to cover the other areas?
Well, that's part of, that's competitive information in terms of what percentage we provided, we're covering so far. What I can tell you is that our approach is to be 100% complete by the end of this year.
Okay, so by the end of this year, all the areas that dead spots, or we should see total improvement 100%.
Well, on the area, I'm referring specifically to the areas where Sprint was covering. I am not referring to areas where, for example, earlier we were talking about areas on the eastern part of St. John. That'll be new coverage, obviously. So those are areas where Sprint was not providing coverage. So I'm not referring to those specific areas. I'm talking about areas that were close to Sprint cell sites.
I got you. So those areas on St. Croix were not covered by Sprint before. Are there plans to also address those areas, and by when?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question? You're
breaking up a little bit.
There's some feedback on the audio here.
Mr. Chair, I think we're getting some feedback. You hear me clear over in St. Thomas?
Loud and clear.
Okay. The areas on St. Croix that were not covered by Sprint before,
okay,
are new areas. What's the timeline for T-Mobile to also ensure that those areas have coverage? Like the north side of St. Croix, there are some areas there, some areas in the south. So what's the plan?
Okay, I know that there are some areas, I would say from the middle to north of St. Croix, that we are addressing, and that's one of the areas that we're addressing actually this year. But in terms of saying that we cover, that we will cover all same employee or all the dead spots, that's part of network growth. So we will continue to expand as the demand.
I appreciate your honesty in that area. Now, moving right along, does T-Mobile have a foundation component, a community engagement component operation?
This is Ilian Cañellas from T-Mobile. We don't have a separate foundation, but we do have corporate responsibility efforts that we are that are currently handled by our marketing and public relations team.
Okay, and what type of then corporate citizenship, charitable work do you do in the areas where you are established? What can we see, and how can we see T-Mobile giving back to this community that is giving its time?
T-Mobile has various interests, particularly, I think I mentioned before, and it's part of the presentation, particularly focusing...
Go slow so we could be able to understand what you're saying.
Thank you.
Particularly focusing youth in sports. T-Mobile, it's a big endorser or different type of sports teams. T-Mobile has an ongoing relationship with the Boys and Girls Club of America. And in Puerto Rico, so that's something that we are looking into as we expand in the territory.
Okay, well, I look forward to hearing that community engagement, which is so important for corporations that come here into the territory to be able to give back to our territory. Now, in closing, Mr. Chair, if I may, in regards to hurricane preparation, hurricane season is starting up now in June. And I read here in your testimony that you have a fleet of rapid response equipment, generators, COWs, satellite technology situated across the country to facilitate expeditious recovery. Now, do you have any of that in the U.S. Virgin Islands?
This is Carlos Aponte, T-Mobile. We do have, an outsourced personnel to handle the operations, and that includes, working with generators and other gear, which typically is used during emergencies. So yes, we have personnel there, and if there is additional manpower needed for, if it's obviously an extensive damage to either to a location or to several locations, we can deploy personnel from Puerto Rico and from the States pretty quickly. So we do have standby, other standby generators. We have dedicated personnel, and we have, as we did with after Hurricanes Maria and Irma, we have also a team of volunteers, both from Puerto Rico and from other markets in the U.S. That at a moment's notice can get to planes and assist with disaster recovery efforts.
But I don't think you were specific question. So locally here, do you have satellite technologies and the COWs that you have spread through the country? Do you have them here in the territory, or they have to be flown in?
They can be flown in, or they can go there by ship. But we do not have right now. We do not have the equipment. Let's say a cow, but that's part of the plan of our emergency recovery plan for the USVI, obviously, as it was for Puerto Rico when we launched. So that's part of the plan that we have moving forward in the USVI market is to bring additional resources, as you say. Cows, bring additional generators, satellite technology, which we used in Puerto Rico, and actually was used in St. Thomas during after Hurricane Maria. So we do have that technology, and and it can be flown in pretty quickly by the team.
Well, we need to have it here because flown in sometimes doesn't work. Our airports might be closed, ports might not be available. So it's important for the citizens and your customers that are here to know that in the event of a disaster or a natural or whatever it is, that T-Mobile is there for them and that communications will be in place. So I urge you, corporation, to ensure that here in the territory, on ground, we have that technology. Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, thank you for the leniency of the time.
Thank you so much, Senator Carrion. The clerk, put 7 minutes on the clock for me, please. Media, can you put up the map for me, please? Okay, very well. So on the screen, you will see the T-Mobile coverage map. It lists the territory on its website. But I'm a little concerned that the map is not too accurate because my staff, several of my staff have T-Mobile, and many of my constituents call me on a regular. And there are many dead zones, many more dead zones than those maps are showing here in the territory. And there are many areas on the map as extended 5G, where if one can even receive enough bandwidth to stream videos, etc., it would be good. But most of those places, based on a map, is not accurate. So it's even a greater concern to me that, in fact, there are wide areas on the eastern end of St. John that my colleague just spoke to, and on St. Croix, where there's no service at all. And on the west end of this island in Bordeaux, also posing a significant safety risk for many persons that live here in the territory and those that traverse through those areas. So I know that Liberty was told, and basically Liberty told us that the erection of new broadcast sites is made difficult by local laws and regulations. That's what they told us at that time before they left. So can you shed some light on your experiences in that area? Is that one of your concerns or your challenges in terms of expansion in those areas?
Well, in terms of expansion, at this moment, on the locations that where we are using right now for our cell sites, we are co-located with companies that provide space on their towers or on the rooftop. So right now, our cell site contracts are directly with companies that have already a structure there. So in that sense, we are dealing with them directly we're not building at this particular point in time. We're not building new towers that would require us to go through your permitting process, the process that you have right now for a new structure. Let's put it that way. I'm not saying that we're not going to do that in the future, but right now our contracts have been with providers that have already gone through that process and have put up towers or are managing rooftops, and we're dealing with them directly.
Okay, thank you for that. So can you describe for me the process of fully integrating Sprint customers and tell us where you are in that process at this moment? Your Sprint customers, where are you at with fully integrating them into your T-Mobile system at this moment?
Yes, my name is Cesar Correa from T-Mobile. Previously, I was mentioning the process of the CDMA shutdown. That is the customer that will be impacted when we shut down that network in June 1st. Some of the devices capable, CDMA capable, dependent, so are they going to be impacted? Some handsets, some devices can connect today the data or internet through LTE, need to connect to the voice, to the CDMA. So that's the type of service that will be impacted. And that's the type of devices that we need to remove or to replace or upgrade the customer perform the
Excuse me, one moment. Please keep still and speak to the mic because you're coming in and out. You're coming in and out all the time. Just keep still and just speak into the mic, please.
Sorry.
No problem.
My bad. Sorry. In that part of the customer with the CDMA capable dependent devices, we are less than 100 customers to be fully changed or that will not be impacted with the CDMA shutdown. We also have a little bit more than 100 customers that will be impacted with the LTE shutdown. It will be in July 1st. So we are talking about less than 200 customers in total that will be impacted this shutdown. We also have what we call TNX, as the T-Mobile network experience, that only requires to change their SIM card to be moved to the T-Mobile network. After that, we are going to the last phase of the migration will be to integrate the billing system. These customers who have devices financing or without contract, voluntary, they will be receiving the notifications that they will be moved to the T-Mobile billing system, and that will be at the middle of the 2023. So that will be the end of the shutdown of the Sprint billing system and completed the integration between T-Mobile and Sprint finally.
Okay, thank you so much for that explanation.
Welcome.
Based on the testimony, in nearly 2 years since the acquisition of Sprint, less than 1/3 of customers in a VI has gotten a new phone or SIM that will allow them to be fully integrated into the T-Mobile network. Why the rate of conversion has been so slow, in my opinion? Do you have any other issues that we can assist you with?
We are being very cautious because this has been a very voluntary process. The customer, we don't want to force, like, we are T-Mobile, we can right now, and we are switching you. We are giving a lot of opportunity to the customer to test, to be aware, to only with a SIM card to try us without any new commitment with the company or anything like that. So this has been a very delicate process, switching the customer to our network first, and to don't be overloading our network. So this has been a very large, and yes, I also worked with a loyalty program in Puerto Rico last year, doing this integration in the island, and we have the same program that we have in the US. So we are very cautious in the customer when they have everything in place, they have that in place, the SIM card has been very thankful.
Okay, let me ask you a question and let me break it down for you. If I was a Sprint customer, right, and I got a brand new phone,
Not sure how to help.
and I got a brand new phone or a SIM card from T-Mobile, what service, in terms of service, what service will I not be getting if I switch, or the service the same, or are they more? Can you talk to me about that? You understand what I said?
If you are with Sprint,
Mark, just to clarify, are you talking about if you were with Sprint and
yes,
okay? So they're not talking about Liberty to T-Mobile. They're talking about from Sprint to a T-Mobile device.
Yes.
Yes. If changing to the T-Mobile, we have the same values that Ilian was mentioning early in the presentation. We have the Netflix on us. We have the 40 gigabytes to hotspot available in every handset, every line to the Magenta Max. All depends on the plan. Our plans in Puerto Rico have taxes and fees and are covered in the same billing. I know that it's different in the USVI, but in terms of the billing and changing about that, the when changing the SIM card, we have a more broader and expanded network with the 600 megahertz and better speeds that we have to Sprint with only Sprint network.
Okay, very well. I'm here going over the presentation that you sent, and apparently has some great information in there in terms of best place to work, back to back, best employers, Puerto Rico 2021, best workplace for women, military-friendly employer, best place to work for disability inclusion, and these are great things, you know, and I'm looking forward to seeing that here in this district, in the territory. Also, it spoke to most ethical company, among the most ethical company 12 years in a row, and on and on and on. I must say that, again, one of the reasons why I asked the question I asked and the information I asked in terms of how many employees, where you're located, etc., because we want to reach out and form partnerships, have a good corporate citizen, and work with whomever on behalf of our people. And that's what we do. So in the future, please don't get offended when folks are inquiring and asking questions. It's not a good look for the representative of the company or the company, because it shows a different light, be different from what I'm seeing here with the presentation. Okay, so you got to be very careful moving forward. All right. I would like to say, though, that I appreciate you guys taking the time out to come here today to testify about T-Mobile, what your plans are, and what it will look like in the near future once you have done all of your, what should I say, short-term goals and all of your different objectives. But I will say, though, that the territory is a very challenging place in terms of mountains and hills and valleys, and there are a lot of dead spots here in the territory. We live on an island, and we look forward to having some type of relief for people. We look forward to having competitive prices, and we look forward to having consistent connectivity, whether it be streaming services and or just connectivity when it comes to your phone service. And most importantly, I'm looking forward to seeing local presentation, local employees, because as my colleague said, we do have many qualified individuals here. As was stated by Attorney Hodge, he said you guys have been a month.
Yes.
So it is early in the game, but I look forward to seeing some positive results based on your presentation and based on your track record. And I want to thank you for your time, and I'm going to give you, Attorney Hodge, 30 seconds to wrap up, and I'll have the representative give 30 seconds to wrap up too. So I'll let you go first, Attorney Hodge.
Mark Hodge, thank you for having us.
Thank you. You may give a closing statement.
We can.
To us.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman, and we are super excited to be here in the USVI, and there are many things to come.
Oh, wow. Short and simple, just for the testimony.
Yeah. I apologize. I forgot the camera is probably looking at me a different way. I turned left like I was looking at you guys. You probably just thought I looked off in the middle of nowhere, so I apologize for that. Okay.
It's okay. It's okay. I want to thank my colleagues for being here with us all day. I want to thank security, media, staff, central staff, and those viewing and listening. And I believe that our next hearing with all of the telecommunication companies, we're going to have a more robust discussion. We're going to have more information readily available. and you guys will be more prepared. I want to thank you for your time. I want to thank everyone for their contribution. The Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunication is hereby adjourned.